So this was built in 1915, and it was always 2 houses. So it's condos. There's one on the left, one on the right, and then there's actually, that's a little bit better. There's a garage behind it. I own that property too, that 4-plex. Can you go down the alley? That's kind of cool, okay? At some point, the garage on one side got torn down. There's no garage on this side.
Where is this again?
Just a couple blocks from here, just that way, like 3 blocks away. It's the heart of the neighborhood. The Pride Festival is on Talbot Street, right in front of the condo every year. So it's a really diverse neighborhood. And I bought it. There we go. I bought the left side. The same owner had owned it for about 30 years. He lived in the left side and he rented out the right side. Each side is about, each side has a basement, a main, and a top floor, and even an attic. Really cool finishes inside it. Let me show you pictures of the left side that I have as an Airbnb. So it's got the original lead glass windows and moldings still, all the original hardwood floors, even the original 1915 green tile. Still has the original wood screen door that we were able to preserve, which I kept everything. Like, I didn't paint any of the original moldings. Those are all original. I tried to just minimally rehab this property because I was a history undergrad. I'm obsessed with. I probably have 15 historical homes that I've restored over the last 17 years within 10 blocks of here. Okay, so even in the kitchen, I added minimal runs of cabinets because I didn't want to really disrupt. These are the original cabinets that were in there that we preserved. There was a pantry in the kitchen that I added a small bathroom in. But you can see it's really nice. The boiler doesn't work, but I kept all of the radiators because I thought they were cool. This is the master upstairs. I did eliminate a closet to add this master bath. It's cool. Now, my total spend on this was about, furnishing it and making an Airbnb was about $50,000. I also finished futons and added a bathroom, snuck one in up in the attic. This can sleep. One thing about Airbnb is it's a function of bathrooms more than anything. I don't care how many futons you sneak in, how many beds you put in. Bathrooms drive occupancy. Nobody wants 15 beds in one bathroom. People forget that. And so I'm always adding bathrooms in them to increase occupancy potential. We had the family of one of the basketball teams that's pretty confident they're going to make the tournament, booked the whole thing for March. So they have it for they booked the whole thing, all of March at $500 a night. So this will be a good earner in March, right? Yeah. I had been averaging about $3,000 to $4,000 a month from it. My basis in it is less than $200,000. So it's about an 18 cap. Now, when we're talking active income strategies, for many of you, maybe you're like, look, I don't want to be doing a bunch of text and wholesale letters and marketing campaigns. That's not interesting to me. Not sure if I want to be flipping mobile homes. That may not be interesting to you. Maybe you don't want to do modular homes as a strategy. Doing an Airbnb like this could easily turn into $2,000, $3,000, $4,000 a month extra with minimal amount of work for you. We're talking, all you're doing once you get something like this put together is you're on Airbnb managing the daily rates and the calendar for it. Okay, so you're deciding, you're looking at the conventions, you're seeing what events are going to be in town, and then you're setting that nightly rate. I'll never put this for less than $100 a night. It's just not worth it for me.
How do you choose the proper location so you can keep the occupancy up?
So one of the things that we go through in detail, the Airbnb training on the Infinity website is 6 hours. I teach it with Devin, who manages my 30 Airbnbs here. And what you're really, Airbnb, what you want to think of, it's not vacation rental, although some people use it for that. You're cannibalizing hotel rooms. And so this property is literally 1.5 miles from downtown. And so whatever the hotels are gearing up from, that's what I'm cannibalizing. Now, we've tested it extensively. I had the cutest little house 3 miles north of here, and I thought for sure it would be a great Airbnb, and it sucked because it was just too far from downtown. There's not a cancer center nearby where people are staying. There's not a commercial park where people are coming in for long-term business type overnight stays. Those are the people, anyone who's coming into a town for a hotel, so that for hospital, for long-term work, like a business park, for downtown areas, convention where there's hotels that are a draw, that's who you're trying to cannibalize.
So like Burger King builds a restaurant next to McDonald's, you would pick up one of these by a hotel.
That's the strategy with Airbnb, is you're cannibalizing hotel rooms. And it's amazing how all of the hotels in Indianapolis were empty last March and April. They were at like 6% occupancy. And we saw it was a mirror image as the hotels got to 30% occupancy in June, 40, 50, 60 by the fall, 75% where they're at right now. That's what I've seen in my Airbnbs. I'm back to 75% occupancy from what I was before. Now, for me, 75% occupancy in Airbnb is 15 nights a month. I consider 100% occupancy 15 to 20 nights a month. You know, obviously you're not trying to book, you're empty midweek, right? And then the idea being that you fill up big weekends or long weekends, and then you jack the rates up on those big weekends. And so one of the reasons that I love Airbnb for an active strategy for you is that once you get it decorated and full and on Airbnb, and once you can see your ratings, you know, we have 98 ratings that are almost 5-star, really high ratings. Let's read through some of them. Now this one, 2 years ago, I actually had bed bugs. Somebody, oops. Yeah, this one had bed bugs and it was a nightmare to get out.
How do you manage and maintain your house? Is there a property manager?
So we split off the Airbnb for a completely separate company. We have a separate entity called IndyStay, and Devin and Tara, who are my partners in the property, here's the reviews. A cozy spa with beautiful woodwork. The space is very much like a home with plenty of places to squeeze. Devin's homes are fantastic. Awesome stay. Very nice place. Love the quiet neighborhood. Okay, Devin was super quick to answer all my questions. Here's why I don't like Airbnb at scale. This is why we're not selling Airbnbs and doing them for people. Is because Devin is my partner. So Devin's motivated to push it up to 140 a night. Whereas if I just hire XYZ employee, they're like, screw that, I'm just keep it at 80 and it'll always stay full. Aaron's not gonna know. Right? Devin's motivated to text them when he sees that they set the alarm code and they're in the house. Hey, you guys got everything? Is everything good? Right? Because he's an owner. You would do the same, or you have one of your kids or one of your assistant or something micromanage it for you. What's cool is one Airbnb can easily turn into $3,000 or $4,000 a month for 10 to 15 hours of work a month. And that's the ratio that I know a lot of you are intrigued by when you're thinking, I have my job, I have my life, how can I set this up? Because then you're one assistant away to, maybe you do it for the first 6 months, and then you hire someone to do the busy work. They do the cleanings, they do the inspections, you set the rates online, because then you're still controlling that. And you're quarterbacking it for now less than 5 hours a month, but you're still making the majority of that money. And so I like it as an individual active strategy for some of you, more than wholesaling. Now, obviously you got to have some money, but you have the ability to leverage a property like this. You can get a mortgage on it, and you can do higher end areas. So some of you are like, I don't know if I want to be in a trailer park. I don't know if I want to be blue collar neighborhoods out doing wholesaling. And so I have a client who, her husband's a commercial broker in Houston. She started with one house, and she takes her kids and they clean them together, and she puts fresh flowers in them and leaves a personal note and leaves gourmet coffee, and it's a better extension of what she wants for active income. She can take her kids with her, so she still considers herself a stay-at-home mom, but she's fantastic at it, at hosting these Airbnbs, and they're on their 4th home. She's making $15,000 a month from it, okay? And their total outlay was just under $250,000. And so fantastic, no matter how you look at it, it's been an excellent strategy for them.
That's like, wow.
Yeah, yeah. That's why I bring it up, because my best houses that are the bigger ones, closer to downtown, more premium finishes like this. I spent $20,000 furnishing that house. Like, for example, we go through the things you need to spend money on. Like, spend money on the mattress, but not the bed frame. Spend money on getting really good router and really high-speed internet, not on cable. Shit like that. That's kind of you have to have coffee, right?
How do you protect against the possibility that the city might come in and be like,
you can't protect. Yeah, you can't protect against that. It's one of the risks. Like, how do you protect against COVID 12 months ago? Yeah,
And you just hope that if you can't do an Airbnb, his properties that he has here, he can still go out and rent them and he'd still be cash flowing. So you always want to have that backup strategy. Just like if you're doing a flip, what if the market crashes? Well, can I rent this out and still be profitable?
So you don't want to be like a total...
Right? Think of the people who had VRBOs in Orlando. They're still screwed because Disney's still not really back. Or think of the people that had VRBOs in Vegas. They're still screwed. Whereas business travelers are traveling again. Conventions are coming back quickly. People who are I have a friend who's got an Airbnb near a cancer treatment center in Dallas, and I thought that was brilliant because now people don't have to stay at the Marriott while their loved ones are getting cancer treatment. They're staying at a home, an Airbnb, and it's like so much more personal. And so, yes, yes,
Yep.
Go ahead.
And if you want to do Airbnb, go stay in some Airbnbs.
Yes.
Like, the way you're going to know some of these things that he's bringing up is because you're going to be somewhere and you're going to say, oh my gosh, this internet is horrible. It's going to drive you nuts. Okay, note to self, make sure I have good internet. Oh, I slept so well last night. Note to self, make sure there's good mattresses. And I love walking into an Airbnb and they just have the nice little welcome basket. I always think it's so cute. So then that's something that we've started doing, right? You're just like, oh, that's so nice. Like, it's like getting into an Uber and they have stuff out and it kind of makes you smile and you appreciate it. Do those? Yeah. And I mean, you're talking about, it costs you $2.
Look how many people mention Devon. Devon's homes are fantastic. Devon was super quick. Our stay at Devon's place, right? This is actually my place, but Devon manages mine and his, right? But it's Devon's place. He has ownership because he's my partner, right? So I really love this strategy. We've had, if you think about it, we really have a broad spectrum of active strategies that I want you to think about when you're leaving here, and it should match where you live, how much time you have. If you have less money and you need to get this going for under $10,000, then wholesaling and marketing. You want to leave here, you want to watch the wholesale, you want to watch the marketing training, then you want to circle back and spend a day with Travis asking him very specifics because you're going to get really nerdy on the tech side. Right, Trav? Right? It's like there's 30 websites that you need for each phase of wholesaling and marketing that you're going to have to really grind down on, okay? When you get to the mobile space, your biggest struggle is picking your strategy. Do I do modular? Do I flip mobiles in somebody else's park? Should I go buy a park? Should I think about developing a park? There's a lot of, that's going to be your challenge in the mobile space, okay? But in a Bay Area market, part of me would be leaning towards, Airbnb is going to be regulated in Bay Area. It's a tougher strategy for you guys to pursue. But the beautiful thing about mobile is nobody's like, oh yeah, dude, I want to flip some mobiles, right? And so your competition barrier is lower because it's very unsexy. And in a hyper market where flipping sucks in the Bay Area, commercial sucks in the Bay Area, Airbnb is going to be just over-regulated, pain in the ass because California is so shut down. Mobile, it's like you're unfettered. Mm-hmm. Or doing a modular development an hour outside of town where you buy a lot and order a modular home and then put it on and sell it. There's always going to be an interest in entry-level type housing. And so choosing a strategy based on where you live, how much time you have, and what your competition looks like is critical for this, right? and then just rolling it out. Now, this one was kind of interesting the way I picked up the property. A wholesaler from Utah marketed to this property owner, and he responded to their postcard, and then he called me about it. He said, Aaron, so the guy who lived on the left side, the side that I now own, and he was actually marketing the right side here. And he was marketing for $250,000. Now each side is worth $400,000 now. Each side's worth about $400,000. And so at the time I was kind of interested in it for $250,000, but this was 3-4 years ago. And so $250,000 was probably what it was worth. And so he was basically asking market value. So I wasn't super interested, and the wholesaler realized that, and he's like, Aaron, I'm just going to kick you this lead. I don't think, he tried to shop it around, he couldn't do anything. So since he knew our offices were just a few blocks from here, because it's literally three blocks that way, I reached out to the homeowner and asked him if I could just come see the property, because you never know.
How did you know it was worth that much, just based on the comps?
Yeah. I mean, I know values in Marion County to the block, right? When you've bought 8,000, kind of, I know values by year.
Trying to figure out how you got there.
Yeah. And so I went over to the property, and I knock on the door on the left side, because he said he would meet me because he said he lived there. And he opened the front door, and he had a friend with him, and I could smell hospice. You know what hospice smells like. And I was like, oh. And I walk in, and he's got his bed in the living room there because he's moved downstairs. He's late stage cancer, and he was with his home health nurse, lung cancer, 30-year smoker. And he says, he tells me about the place next door, and he's like, it's unlocked. Do you want to just go check it out? So I go look at it, and it's nice, right? But I'm really not interested at $250,000. And then I'm like, there's no way in hell I'm lowballing cancer, dude. Like, I'll lose my soul, right? And so I'm like, the one thing that I've learned, and this is something that we teach you in the wholesaling class, is you never talk down on a property. Never. Because this guy bought this property 35 years ago. He loved this property. You can do that when you go buy a used car. Like, when it doesn't start, yes, you just got a 50% discount on the car, right? But you never do that when you're wholesaling. I always find if I talk the property up, then they tell me the defects. I'm like, oh my God, the molding is at the original tile fireplace, and he's like, yeah, did you see the asbestos in the basement? I did see the asbestos in the basement, but there doesn't look like there's any foundation issues. It's a dry basement. Yeah, it is a dry basement. I've never had a problem with it, but I had to get rid of those boilers a couple years ago and convert it over to HVAC. I say, how, and now you're having a conversation, right? You're having a conversation. And they'll volunteer the problems when I'm just saying, oh, and I love this neighborhood, and have you been to the Talbot Festival? And he said, yeah, I'm actually gay. And I said, oh, very cool. My boys were here last summer, and their Mormon nanny brought them, and she left them there because she was so weirded out. And my boys are getting their face painted, and they loved it. And so we started talking, and I said, now his side, the side that he lived on, looked horrible. The side that I ended up buying. And I said, I think you can get $250,000 for this property, but, and write this down, this is the most ninja technique. I said $250,000 is a retail price, and I only pay wholesale. So I would never think to insult you by lowballing you with a wholesale number. It looks like you're looking for retail, and I do this for a living, so I don't pay retail. You see how non-offensive that is? By using the words retail and wholesale, because then you're saying, I lowball with wholesale, I only pay 50 cents on the dollar, and then I volunteer that I recognize that they're looking for retail. So then he said to me, well, what would you pay wholesale for that side? And I said, oh, I would be under 200,000. That's why I didn't even mention a number. And he's, oh, yeah. I said, I think you can get 250. This, the right side looks good. And then he's like, well, what about this side? And I'm like, well, looks like, you're living here. And he's like, yeah, I won't be for long. And I said, what's your motivation? Why are you selling? I said, because then he said, I'm dying of cancer. And I said, why are you selling? He said, I want to leave my son some money, and I want to make sure it's liquidated, and I don't want him to have the headache of trying to sell this property. And I said, well, I'll tell you what, why don't you, get an agent. I can refer an agency. I know an excellent downtown agent friend of mine who would love this listing. And Joe ended up selling the right side for him. I said, and if he can't sell the left side and you really want the cash, why don't you let me be your very last call? I'll give you my cell phone number. I'll be your very last call, and I'll give you cash tomorrow. I don't care about the asbestos. I don't care about the finishes. You can leave all the furniture in it. I don't care. And use me as your last option if you can't get closer to a retail price. And he said, oh, all right, yeah, that's cool. That's great. Like, you're my backup plan. I said, yeah. And he said, what would you pay for this left side? I said, I'd be closer to like 150. So make me be your very last resort. And he's like, no problem. So he wasn't offended. He didn't feel like I was trying to take advantage of him. Now I'm a resource. Now I'm an option, right? Travis has had people that have had to come up with money at closing to pay delinquent taxes, and they're happy because Travis is finally getting that property off their hands. And they have to pay to get rid of it.
14 grand is last one.
14,000.
$14,000 he came to close happily because it did not have to happen. It's just like, I'm done. I don't have to talk to my ex-wife now. I am done. I'm like, okay, that's cool, man.
Yeah.
17K, and it's a win for everybody.
Yeah. So he called me up 2 weeks later and said, will you do 170? I said, let's split the difference. And so I got it for 160, spent 50, into it 210, and it's been a fantastic Airbnb for me ever since. I wish I had the right side. In hindsight, I should have paid 250 because that neighborhood's been going up 15% a year.
When you conduct these transactions, like especially for people like us, like, is there a strategy to avoid some of the real estate agent commissions?
Absolutely. Yeah, and again, we go through it in detail. This is why we put the classes, like who's intrigued now? Who's like thinking, I see your wheels spinning, right? Good. That's what you should be doing. That's my goal. I want you to think about it. That's why we put these classes together. That's why we spend time. We could easily spend the rest of the day on this topic of Airbnb, of wholesaling.
Right, because like, I mean, where we live, it's like at least 10% of the closing costs.
Right.
So we can't even think about selling our place. We lose $70,000.
Yeah, we could. Trav can teach you in 3 hours how to self-market your house.
All day. And
You need that first class.
on the thing.
No, yeah, that's so easy.
Oh my
You could,
God.
That's what we do.
We've been using real estate agents.
As trained investors, it's all about, 95% of transactions go through realtors. It's about doing that 5%, whether it's selling your properties without them or buying properties without them. Now, and there's plenty of times, and I'm sure you do the same, if I'm selling a property, pay the real, it's worth it. I'll pay them 7%, 8% if I know
They're bringing
that
value.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
It's that,
but you don't need that in the Bay Area. You just need access
no.
to listing it.
Right,
Yep.
right. I mean, what kind of value does a real estate agent provide?
Not where you're living. What they'll say is we're protecting you, we're acting as your agent, but they're like 30 hours of classes ahead of you. It's bullshit. It's
If you have a legal question, they won't answer it.
no.
they can't.
They don't know the answer, and they can't give you the answer if they know it. They're not allowed to, so.
If you're my look,
exactly
I passed the broker's test in California, Indiana, North Carolina. Like if you're my client, hit me up with a question, I'll help you. It's like the most easy transaction ever. It's all boilerplate.
Bianca.
Yeah.
Is it helpful or a detriment to the two people?
Oh, great question.
So that's
Some areas it could actually.
that's one of
The question was, sorry, I've been
Yeah.
watching on live stream. They don't like it when they
Oh,
come
yeah,
over
they get
and
bad.
said, is it a helpful or a detriment to have your real estate license? And I don't know where I'm talking to, so go ahead.
I've heard some people say that being licensed and being an agent raises your bar of accountability. You have to disclose. I've had a broker's license for 20 years. I've never found it to inhibit my ability to do real estate. And I know some people that have never had one and it hasn't inhibited their ability to do real estate either. And so I've seen both. Have you been licensed?
20 years.
And then Trav's never been licensed.
With a wholesale, you
Depends on your state.
Depends.
So I personally say you should not have a real estate license if you are going to wholesale, hence wholesaling king over there. Is that your reason for not getting a license?
No, it's never what to do.
Yeah, like what's the point? Right.
I mean, Maloo's the big.
Maloo's a-
Eric actually was the one that got us started in Charlotte. He was our pick. He literally had to fly down because the team was dead.
Oh, it sucked.
In person. So he was on everything to go to a 4-hour class with us.
Yeah.
I mean, it's insane. And what it's like, I'm with every old person that's from the sticks. Like, is it Nashville, the mountains? So
And cons to having it. And as you start to build, you'll know those pros and cons. Now, here's the other cool thing. If you're here with a spouse or with somebody else, and at one point you're ready, have one person get it and one person not get it. I own a real estate brokerage. If Joe said to me, I really want my license, I'd be like, we've been together a long time with no fights. Don't let this be our first fight, because there are certain times where, and that's how we kind of get over. If I need to send him in, or if we're managing something and managing a property, he can show the property. When you have a license, and again, it's going to be different state by state, but in the state of Illinois, disclosure before they show up to look at a property to rent it. If they do want to sign a lease, there's more disclosure. There's just so disclosure, where I'll tell him, you go show this property, and you don't have to deal with it, because he's not licensed. Now, one of your biggest advantages to having a license as you get more and more properties is your tax write-offs. It's a lot easier to qualify as a real estate professional, which means you get 20% real estate professional. All that rental income that comes in, 20% off the top, tax free. 20%. Started in 2018. One of the coolest. I mean, that law, when that was changed,
So
is
I was
incredible.
under the impression that in some states like California, you need a license.
To wholesale, so California is one of the
No,
biggest.
to even just sell like our property, for example.
No, I mean,
Not if you own the property.
Really?
It's your property. You could do what you want. You have legal rights to that property. To transact real estate. Now, here's the question. If I'm saying you need a real estate license to transact real estate, but I'm telling you you shouldn't have it if you're wholesaling, why? How can somebody wholesale without a license?
All they do is they're an intermediary.
What are we transacting?
The
Paper.
deal.
Yep, you're literally selling paper. There's no actual real estate. And California is always the biggest one. The California attorneys always come back. My attorney said, I can't wholesale without a license. I'm like, you're not selling real estate. You're transacting paper. It's completely different.
now in California, you can get a salesperson license online, 100%, and it's only like a couple $100, and the amount of you could do it with about 1/100th of your brain. I was able to take the broker's test online. I had a broker's license. Yeah, I had it within a year and a half. And but you could get a salesperson's license, and there's many brokerages that are online type of brokerages that would then only charge you like 1% commission to list a property. Okay, and so imagine spending. You guys have a $900,000 house. If you pay 6% commissions, you're talking about $54,000. You could get a license for $300 online and pay 1% to then list your own home and be the broker on your home, and now you're paying less than $10,000 to list your own property. That would be the easiest way to do it.
Well, what about like when we bought the place? There's like thousands of documents you have to sign.
If you're working if you're a license, they have a big document file that's all of your docs that you access. They give you a giant, that's part of getting a license and then being registered as a realtor. You get access to all those docs.
So the salesperson license is different from the.
It's like level 1.
Yep, salespeople work for brokers.
Yeah.
Dude, this is like, yeah.
You're welcome.
We actually get out of our house faster than.
Yeah, you're welcome.
And if you want to really protect yourself, you just have an attorney look over all the documents.
Right.
I mean, we always have attorneys for
What
it.
did you say, Jeff?
I want to add this to, since the question was brought up, is, we have the license in our office, and so does Aaron. So when you start to wholesale, and you do just a couple wholesale deals, so for every 5 of these that are
Yeah.
We're not leaving any money on the table. So if we can't get that person, it's like, hey, you know what? It's not a big deal. My wife is actually a realtor. She's great at her job. She's going to help get this because you're asking a little bit higher, more close to the retail number. So it doesn't make sense for me as an investor, Aaron, my partner, but my wife can definitely know because she knows this market like nobody's business. And we get their listing, so now we're at least going to make, and we can do a reduction in the listing price for them too, so we get that listing better.
So the idea being that for many of you, just the tax benefits of being, and I have this on the screen here, how to qualify as a real estate professional. To get to, it makes sense for the tail to wag the dog, for you to jump through the hoops to qualify as a real estate professional, because the tax benefits become so ridiculous, you're able to deduct passive loss against ordinary income. So not only is the listing component good, not only is the ease of doing real estate better, but the tax benefits are all, some of the very best tax benefits out there are for real estate professionals. And so, again, I know that a lot of you came this weekend thinking I'm mostly passive interested, passive focused, but I don't know why you wouldn't at least consider dabbling, and an Airbnb would be an excellent way to put yourself in to that arena and build up the hours of being a real estate professional. You're getting the tax benefits. You save on you can start expanding into wholesaling. There's just no reason not to pursue that, and that's why we've put together the Infinity classes that specifically focus on these strategies. That's why we have the advanced trainings that start next month in March. Nicole, what are some of the questions that you've been hearing? I saw you were like busy all night last night.
Swivel. Get my swivel on. Okay, so we've had these chairs when my feet can't touch.
Oh, they
How
don't
do you
reach.
swivel? Do yours? Are you really that tall? Your feet can touch the ground right
Might
now?
touch the ground. You can, but you
I've
can.
never felt like such a
pull
little
the
person.
side, you'll drop you
Oh, I'm
down.
not gonna do it now because I'll go boom. I'm good. I'm all good in the hood.
One question before we start.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's say if she has the real estate license, would we always want to get the property? Because right now, all the properties.
Doesn't matter who the buyer is.
Would we want it in her name?
No, it doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter.
To get the loss.
No, they break it down in detail. You just have to track the hours, kind of like an attorney does their billing to get to it.
Here's what's pretty interesting though. So one person have it, not the other. I have it. My husband does it. You have it. Does Meg have hers? No, he does it, and Malou does. So that's what I love about being around other people. When you're like, hey, we're all doing the exact same thing. We've never had a conversation about this.
I want to get my GC, so I would go.
That's right.
She's the broker in charge, so that's how we weigh that out for classes, continuing ed, and all that stuff. But it's worth it in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree with you. Yes.
Do the salesman license California, do they have to be under a broker?
Yeah. But there's online brokerages that'll only charge you like 1% of the commission.
Oh, that's what you're
Help You Sell. Help You Sell is like a low budget, low split type brokerage. Yeah. There's a bunch of them out there. They're like, we'll just only charge because usually your Keller Williams will be like 60-40 split the first year, that kind of. Some of them will just charge you a desk fee that they'll be like, give me $500 a month and you keep 100% of your commissions, that kind of thing. And they'll let you hang your license with them. Yeah.
Is that information so?
Oh yeah. A Google search it's super easy. Yeah.
All right, so one of the big questions that I've gotten asked, and I think I've answered it for most people, but I'm sure other people probably haven't. What's the difference between this, the memberships, and these classes that Aaron's talking about next month? So the memberships is, in the future, in order for anybody to be in this room, it's just there are obviously promises made beforehand. In order for anybody to be in this room, they're already Real Estate Pro or 360. And this, I handed it out to everybody yesterday. Let me know if you need a copy and I can get it to you. With Real Estate Pro and 360, that's where you're getting access to all of Aaron's videos. Those ones that are, $2,000 each, you have access to them. Watch them. They're great videos. They're great resources. This is also what will give you access. This is when we start doing syndications. We're obviously going to offer them in these rooms, but we're also going to be sending emails out to everybody that's Real Estate Pro and 360 saying, here's an opportunity. Let us know if you're interested. It just only seems right that that's where, the rite of progression, because these are people that have educated themselves. They understand more what's going on. This is also where you get the pre-IPOs. So if you're interested in, SpaceX or Beyond's the first one that did it, Impossible Meats. Yeah, but Beyond Meat did so well for me. Number 1 IPO of 2019. Does anybody else know what I'm talking about? Right? Yeah, it's incredible. You're familiar with this, right? I got very lucky. If anybody doesn't know, these are the 2 biggest plant-based vegetarian meat options that both became new. Beyond Meat went public in 2019. Bought in at their IPO because I'm a vegetarian and their meats are incredible and very healthy for you. It literally got me through my pregnancy because I couldn't have any carbs and they were the first ones. No, you don't think it's healthy? Is that what you're saying? No? I mean, he's back there going like this. I'm like, what did I say?
Let's not get on meat discussion.
Yeah,
We might as well start
everyone's like,
talking
why is she
about
having this
Jesus since it's Sunday, and everyone can fight over that too.
All right, I'll make it interesting for you. Bought Beyond at their IPO of $24. Within a few months, it peaked at $235. Now we're interested? All of a sudden, these plant-based... No, it's not. It's a 1 something. Last I checked the other day. It's installing it. Yep. What's that? It might. I mean, it could still keep. I sold some.
If we get rid of all the plants.
Yeah, we get you.
All right, Reddit.
Reddit, yeah. GameStop.
Yeah, exactly. So this is where most people are going to want to start. Now, and most of you in this room already are Real Estate Pro or 360. If you are Real Estate Pro and you want to add 360, which is essentially adding the stock component, you're not paying $3,000. You're paying the $500 difference, and you're all good. And I think most people have already asked me where they are in which package, because some of you don't know the name change. If you still need to know that, just make sure I have a spreadsheet. It's a quick question. If for any reason you're missing, we'll get the answer. Now, what we've been talking about this weekend is the opportunity of taking 2 other classes. One class is going to be wholesaling, marketing, and foreclosure. It's a 2-day class. Travis will be the main instructor of it. He'll have other people bouncing in, so you have all different experts. I think Aaron, it's very obvious everybody would love to get the deals that Aaron's getting and use the same resource. Well, that's what Travis is going to do. He's going to show you how to find deals. It's great for those that are starting off. It's also great for people that want deals falling in their laps. Deals that you can have come to you and you can start picking and choosing and they're not on the market and you're buying at wholesale pricing. A lot of times people will say, I don't need to learn wholesaling or marketing because I'm more advanced, because I'm more passive. I get what you're saying, except we all need deals. And Travis and I had this conversation yesterday. I said, I think one of the biggest things that real estate investors miss out on is learning how to market. I don't care what strategy you want to do. Marketing is a part of it. It's getting deals to fall into your lap. And that's literally what Travis is going to show you, how to send out the text messages. And it's not as simple as send text messages out to people. Using certain words, what day to send them out, what times to send them out. I mean, this all he's done it for so long and done so well at it. He can tell you when he's getting the best response rates, right? So that's going to be in that first class. The second class is the more advanced, which is flipping, construction.
Airbnb and mobile.
No, Airbnb. Right? Creative finance.
Oh, sorry, creative finance.
But I'm sure they will also talk a little bit about Airbnb as well. This is going to be...
Yeah, Airbnb is up here on you already have the 6-hour Airbnb training as part of the Real Estate Pro or 360.
Yep. And here's the cool thing. If you have a flipping question and you're in the marketing and wholesaling class, you can ask Travis the flipping question. It doesn't mean we're not discussing it. The purpose of these classes is for you guys to get out of it what you feel you want to get out of it. If everybody is in that second track class and you're like, hey, Trav, can we talk some Airbnb? I'll start talking Airbnb. It's one of the cool things with investors. We can go whatever way we need to go. With both of these track of classes, you are able to then come to the networking events because they're happening Thursday, Fridays. And then this is obviously happening Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So come, see me, see Aaron. You always have Travis in the class. We'll all come in and say hi, see everybody. If you want to sit down at any point, have one-on-ones, we're more than happy to sit down and talk about your situation. Because you can't necessarily learn strategies and they're not blankets, right? We have to figure out what strategies make the most sense in which market and which strategies will help get you from where you are to where you want to be. This is for 2 people to attend. Spouse, friend, whoever, however you want to do it. Hey, I want to bring my neighbor. Bring them. It's for 2 people to attend. And it is for repeat attendance as long as you are an active Infinity member in either Real Estate Pro or 360.
And they're live streamed.
And they're live streamed. Thank you. So you can watch it every month.
Yeah.
Jump on live stream every single month. The reason why we both feel that it's very important to allow you to come back is because it's so much information.
Yep.
Let's face it, you guys learned a lot this weekend, I would hope, right? The reality is you don't remember everything. That's just reality. I mean, nobody's brain can ever remember everything. That's why we have the recordings. That's why we allow you to come back. That's why we have it set up on live stream, because we want you guys to be successful at this, right? We want to make sure that you're getting everything out of it that will help benefit you.
Questions about these packages at all? Yeah.
So next one, 18th and 19th is the training.
Is the advanced trainings?
Is this event the same weekend?
Yeah.
Well?
Yeah. So what we're going to do the advanced trainings in the building next door.
Okay.
Thursday, Friday, and then this will start Friday, Saturday, Sunday, so they'll overlap on the Friday. We're doing it that way every month so that, Travis, on day 1, Travis will teach wholesale and marketing, and then on day 2, he'll teach creative finance and flipping. Day 2 in this class, we have Catherine Butler who's teaching foreclosure, and then we have Buster's teaching construction on day 1, and my partner Jed from Idaho will be here to teach mobile home. And so Trav will be in this class on day 1 and this class on day 2, back and forth, and then his wife will get in on Thursday night, and then Trav and Blue just got a place down the street this weekend because they're like, we're going to be in Indy now 5 days every month. And so Trav will be here teaching every Thursday and Friday. Mulu will be here Friday, Saturday, Sunday. I'll be here. I usually get in on Wednesdays through Monday. And so the idea being that if you did want to come back, and like Danny's wife's not here this time, maybe Danny wants to come back with his wife next time, they could Danny could do an advanced trainings, and then his wife could sit here for the weekend. Like, we know there's a lot of people with the crossover or want to bring somebody back, maybe come and get more properties like you guys came back. And so we want to keep it all one shot every month. And then that's one of the reasons why we're actually starting. I'm finishing up another building 6 blocks from here that we're going to use for the advanced trainings as they start to get bigger in size. And then ultimately we'll have this building built. So we could do, training on the top floor, training on the bottom floor, really have a campus kind of feel for it. So that's, we're already looking at numbers in the we're gonna cap this event at 100, which means that next month I'm having another TV hung at that end, and so we'll do tables there, and then we're gonna move all the food downstairs starting in April, and then we'll fill that with tables with the TVs that we have in there. Then we can put 100 with this same seating and density that we have right now. So it's already crazy. I mean, we did a live stream for this last week, and there was 2,000 people that registered for that live stream last weekend. It's just huge. I'm nervous about the amount of people that are interested in it. But there was a really shitty real estate education industry that was going on for years that we all saw. There's companies making hundreds of millions of dollars doing this because people want this education. And so we're really excited about the fact that we're going to give it, very low cost with repeatability, customization, and when we have to, we'll close it out. Like, we'll just start putting caps on the amount of people that can come to it. And so what,
it's a good problem.
what was the individual and collective prices for each of these?
For track 1 is $4,500.
Right.
And then $6,500. And both together is $10,000, and that's 360 pricing,
Okay.
which most people would be 360.
Any other questions?
One other thing I forgot to point out as well is this. Yeah, there we go. One other thing I forgot to point out. Anybody, if you have already, and I should have told everybody this individually, if you have gotten enrolled in this weekend or gotten enrolled in any of the trainings, we do have a couple bonuses that you'll be receiving this week. One bonus, and make sure you have this date written down, is March 26th Toby's going to be doing TaxWise. Has anybody ever done TaxWise with Toby? You've
So-
done it? Amazing, right? Yeah, he's going to show over 30 strategies of how you can reduce your taxes on stuff you can implement this year. So definitely make sure that when you do get enrolled that you do take advantage of that, because that's a huge, massive bonus. The other bonus is Aaron recorded a 1 hour, what would you call it, Zoom. So yeah, Zoom with a bunch of real estate experts, just talking about what's going on in the industry.
Yeah.
So he doesn't even know. I just give stuff.
So
away.
we've been, we do a 1 hour panel of experts Q&A every month. So we get Devin from Airbnb on there, Jed's on there with mobile, Travis hops on for marketing. So we allow you, in addition to the advanced trainings, to do a 1 hour Q&A Zoom with us a month. We do these every month, and you can pre-send the questions in, and then we just start plowing through them. But that's a really good format we found, because it gives people additional access to the people who taught all the trainings. And so the Zoom Q&A is another thing that you'll have access to.
I was saying something else, but you're going to invite them on the Zoom?
Yeah.
All right, so those of you that have gotten enrolled, there's something. Did everybody just understand what he said? Because that's like a really, really cool thing. I'm going to write it in my notes to make sure Fred is aware.
Yeah. Fred will be like, what the?
So what did you say?
So we'll give them access to our monthly Zoom Q&A. It's usually the third Wednesday.
Monthly Zoom.
So we just had it this Wednesday, so you'll be able to attend the next, the third Wednesday of next month. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. To everything on Infinity. I have a spreadsheet, and then I'll reach out to them tomorrow to make sure that everything's open. I didn't rush to do it this weekend, truthfully, because I figured you guys are all here and not necessarily jumping on it.
Yeah, you guys will be able to. This is what it looks like once you log in.
It's super impressive.
So you have
Kevin
access-
and I were having this conversation earlier. Just it's so much information, but it's so well organized, so it's not overwhelming.
Yeah, my trainings are all right here. The basic trainings, wholesale 101, real estate 101. Those are the ones you want to start with, and then 2 pages of the advanced trainings that are there. Airbnb's there, construction 101, commercial 101. Again, the idea being that if you're doing the advanced trainings, you watch these first. Watch these first, okay? And, if you bought a property from me this weekend, now you're my client. And I mean, Danny, how good am I about responding on email? I clear 100% of my emails every day. I'm neurotic. Look at my inbox. That's it. I have anxiety.
You would have massive anxiety if you opened my email.
Oh, stop.
You'd have a heart attack. No, this is hilarious. So we were doing the Saturday Summit.
I have
so
15
you
emails.
could see the questions coming in for anybody that was on there. And I marked that I was going to answer a question live. He sends me a text message. You already answered the question. You need to remove it from the log. My OCD can't handle it.
Oh my God.
I'm like, I don't even know what you're talking about because I'm not used to using that system.
She clicked on the Zoom, presenter wants to answer it live. And so I couldn't clear it because she had control of the question. And it was still like that 30 minutes later. And I'm like, you got to clear. We already answered it. I can't handle that. It's still sitting there.
And I'm like, what is he talking about? Oh, there it is. Okay.
Look, I have 15 emails in my inbox. They're yeah, but I'm compulsive. I'm neurotic. I mean, in each one of these, if they're in my inbox, there's an action item on them. So like this one down here at the bottom, this is from 20. It's a guy who's seller financing a property to me, so I keep it there because it's out of system. It's an outlier, and I'll forget about that deal, so I leave it in my inbox to follow up with him on it. Just talked to Buster about it yesterday. This is for my partners in Kansas City. I've been following up with them. Meg and I are thinking about going to Mexico. She wants to go to one of these resorts. I'm in charge of booking it for spring break. It sits in my inbox. So the only thing that's in my inbox are action items. I throw trash in the trash. And so my archived emails, I have 130,000 emails that I have archived in here. And data-wise, I think it's that I have saved. I have 166 gigabytes of archived emails
Oh my gosh.
in my inbox, and I pay for 2,000 gigabytes on Gmail. So I'm neurotic, but how you do anything is how you do everything, right? And so if you're my client and you bought a property from us and you're watching a class and you have a question, hit me up. You know, I'll forward it to Trav or get the answer for you or answer it for you. I also give you my cell phone number, and what I tell people is I always answer my phone, and so what I tell people is if you need to hear from me today, email me. If you need to hear from me within the hour, text me. If you need to know right now, call me. If you call me and it's something you could have emailed me, I won't answer your phone the next time. If I don't pick up, it was because you wasted my time. And that allows me to always answer my phone. You'll always be able to get a hold of me. If you need to know within the hour, I clear 100% of my texts within the hour, and I can clear 100% of my emails every day. And so, I mean, Danny, I don't think you've emailed me where I haven't responded within an hour, right? And so I'm just OCD about it. And so that's why I'm comfortable giving out my cell phone, because then when somebody does waste my time, hey, Aaron, I just want to talk. Okay. And then I'll put in my phone, irritating person that, and then when it comes up again, then I don't take your call. You'll be amazed how you can never get a hold of me again. But then if you text me, I'll respond. And then you'll be trained to communicate with me in a way that allows me to manage a $100 million business. And it's amazing, then you're like, oh, well, he responded to my text, so I'm not calling him again. And you may try to call again, and I won't pick up. And but yeah, I'm happy to give you my number as well for that purpose. And those of you that are my client, then you have access to all of my knowledge as well. So, any other questions about the packages? So, Nicole, I know that some of you we're still moving forward on some of this and need to get signed up. Nicole we're going to take a break.
Before we do that, who still needs to get with me? Because I know I have kind of my list. Okay. Let's see. Hang on. Let me get everybody written down here.
What's that?
Rudy, I have you written down.
She'll give it to you. Yeah.
Karen, gotcha.
Hey.
Ben, gotcha. You're already set. I know Farouk. I'll write him down again. Anybody else? Let's see. You guys are all set. Anybody else? Oh, got you guys written down. Yep. Oh, because you need to upgrade, right? Yeah. Perfect. Yep. We definitely do. Everybody else is good. All right. So, and if anybody does have questions that come up, just let me know. Jamoya, do we need to sit down again? You're good? Okay. Perfect. All right. So I'll start grabbing people now, and then
we're gonna get Michael up here and get him set up. Oh, leave your mic.
I'm gonna give him the mic.
Yeah.
know who I am. Everyone, who's seen me speak before? Okay. If I tell the same joke, just laugh at it, okay? I got good ones. I mean, I think they're always funny again and again. But you know, there's something about the material in the fact that it's very rare for an attorney to love what they do. And it's interesting because my story, some of you guys know it, I never thought I'd be an attorney. I knew I'd be a business person. My first business was selling Halloween candy in elementary school. That was my best business ever. What was my cost of goods sold? 0, right? A couple hours with my friends or fools running around. And I noticed something while I was trick-or-treating with these guys, that they would get a piece of candy and eat a piece of candy. Light bulb goes off and says, hey, if I stockpile mine, I'll have the supply, they'll have the demand. So I used to bring it to school, sell it out my locker or cubby at that time. And then all of a sudden the regulatory agencies came in and shut me down. What do you do when markets change? You adapt to the market, right? So I used to sell before school and after school. Again, great business. Got into high school, I started selling heavy narcotics. And no, I'm totally kidding, guys. No, I don't have any for you. Okay, sorry. Yeah. High school was great. Focused on as many business classes as I could in there. Very limited. And then in undergrad, focused on business. I was lucky during undergrad. I got into a bicycle manufacturing business, and I got into a computer business. Now I know I look about 21, right? It was back when 4 megabytes of RAM was all you needed, right? If you guys remember that, 8, 16, or 32 if you were a graphic designer, which a lot of people were calling themselves. With those two businesses, a couple of things came into the situation: lawsuits and taxes. I had some bad accountants telling me I should be, forming a C corporation and not an S corporation. I also didn't get good at proper tax planning, in the fact that if you spent all the money out, you wouldn't have a tax liability. Laugh at me, it's fine. I learned from my mistakes, right? Rude awakening. Finally, I decided that I was sick of paying. I think back then it was only like $3.50 an hour for these attorneys I was using. And I got sick of paying those bills. So when I was graduating from undergrad, I said, hey, you know what? Either I can get my MBA. I had a great reputation. It was at Arizona State University in their business department. Great business department, by the way. Top 25 in the nation at the time. And I could get my MBA. Or what about being an attorney? If I know the law and, coincidentally the tax code with it, I'll be able to run my businesses better, be a CEO, but blah, 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 blah. Problem is I didn't know how hard or easy it was to get into law schools. So what I did shotgun method. I applied all over the country to different law schools thinking maybe one of them would take me. And then whatever law school would take me, that's where I'd go. All of a sudden I started getting in all over the country. I'm like, well, that didn't work. So then I looked around, and I was in Arizona at the time, loved golfing, had family, friends in Arizona, and couldn't stay there. I would, not have graduated. Too many distractions. And so I looked at the map and I said, Seattle, anyone from Seattle here? Was from Seattle, still in Seattle. Okay, in Arizona, it is sunny 360 days a year. Don't hate me, guys, but I felt like it was like rainy 360 days a year up in Seattle. It's 364 days of rain. Thinking to myself, no distractions. I'm on my couch curled up with the law book or in the library. I'm going to be successful. And what I'll do is I'll get my law degree and go back down to Arizona, start new businesses. In fact, Chuck and I were in one before I went up to law school. And it worked too well because I did really well in law school and I got recruited by a top litigation firm downtown. And I thought, you know what? I really want to get back to Arizona, but I looked at that offer letter and I thought to myself, I want this money. And so I joined the firm and I was a plaintiff's attorney. And I did that for some time. and then I had something bad happen to me. I have a conscience, and being a plaintiff's attorney and a conscience, it really doesn't work out well. I learned a ton, but I really felt bad about what I was doing. I really wanted to be a doctor, helping people, and here I am suing people and taking stuff away from them. I finally just couldn't hack it anymore. I literally was sick of what I was doing, and I'll share some other things during that, in testing, looking at a person and saying, what can I get from them? Realizing that it's been years of hard work and sacrifice for them to put their assets together, and here I am taking them from a slip and fall. The client thought they had won the lottery, and one of the questions you ask as a plaintiff's attorney is, how has this accident affected your life? And I remember this one lady said, I wanted to be a professional ice skater. And I looked at her, and no offense to anybody, but I looked at her and I said, that ship sailed like 10 years ago and like 50 lbs ago, okay, like 50 pounds ago. And they would just make up this stuff, and then you would have to actually prosecute it. So I jumped ship, started doing defense work, and that really resonated because I was helping defend against the kind of attorney that I had to be as a plaintiff's attorney. This is still in Seattle. Decided that I wanted to take a vacation. I was working my tail off. I had sacrificed life for work, and I needed a vacation. Went back down to Arizona, realized there was sunshine in the world, and I moved down to Arizona and started commercial litigation, business law, right? Breaking, up businesses, partnership disputes, agreements, contracts, things like that. And I really loved it, and I was in my groove. And then all of a sudden, Toby Mathis, one of my law partners, called me up. He said, Michael, and I was also teaching the MBA program for a university. He goes, Michael, with your teaching experience, with your business experience, and your litigation experience, would you want to come and join Anderson? And it was really, really cool. He actually flew me to Vegas for dinner and then flew me back home too. I thought that was pretty cool, right? How often do you get to fly to Vegas for dinner and fly back home the same night? And when he mentioned you want to come back, it was like one of those things in my head that was just like, yes, I can be on the preventive medicine side. I started being an investor also, business, and I get to teach and help people and put people in better positions. I feel like I retired back then. It's absolutely phenomenal. I love our clients, very protective of our clients, because you guys are very much like me. And the fact that when I was in the computer industry, I made a lot of money. In law school, I spent all of that money. When I graduated, I literally, and I make this joke all the time, can make top ramen 50 different ways. Anybody with me here? Anyone? Okay, so some of you guys know what I'm talking about. I knew what credit card I could put the gas on that would let me go over my limit. I mean, it was tough. It was really tough. I started making great money as an attorney, and instead of buying big screen TVs and new Mercedes like my friends were, I would take that money and I would put it in an investment account. Does that sound familiar to anybody? Sacrificing now for a better future. I got blackballed for dating. Like, I had girls who would not go out with me because they heard that I would not take them to nice restaurants. I would take them to the old spaghetti factory. Do you have anyone here with me on that one? Why do you go to the old spaghetti factory? What's what?
It's cool.
It's cool. I know it's cool. The food's decent, but you get the entree, the salad, and even dessert for one low price. I think it was $8.99, right? You see why I got blackballed for dating, right? So why am I telling you that? I'm telling you that I understand who you guys are, what you guys do, and I respect it, because there's too many people who want the here and now and not sacrifice now for the better future. And so why do we have such a passion on minimalizing your taxes and protecting your assets? That's exactly right. I know what it feels like. We went through a lot of evolution in the firm in the last 15 years, separating properties out, one property per LLC. Before we used to join them together. But the tax code also has, oh, you got your phone? Oh, good. Oh, yeah, well, yeah, hey, he probably called long distance and all these 800 numbers, or 976 numbers, huh? No, I'm just kidding. I don't know. Here's the deal. We have a passion. We really focus on, we have the best company in the world. We're helping protect your assets. And also we want to reduce your tax liability. Us as investors, us who are trying to build wealth, everyone's looking at us to pay for everything, and they keep raising our taxes. I look at the tax code differently. I look at a bunch of things that I can do. A lot of people look at it like things you can't do. My partner Toby Mathis is a tax whiz too. I love the tax code. He really loves the tax code, and I was impressed with how many people have actually attended TaxWise. It is worth your time to do the TaxWise. Here he is right here, and these are, I feel like they're my partners, but my brothers also. Yes, I get this question quite a bit. Yes, Clint Kuhn does have a law degree, and he is a licensed attorney. He's not a male model, okay? But he loves to be on camera, and I've had that question many a times. So he's our Ken doll. I mean, he is a Ken doll, right? I mean, absolutely. But each of these individuals, we all have the same guiding light. And that was when we were forming Infinity. I have taught and been associated with other groups, other educational groups to bring us in. And off the record circle of trust here, I was appalled at the amount of money they would charge for education. And I mean, the education was good, but here's the thing, we can do it better, and we can charge a lower price. And so that's the whole thing, is quality education at a lower price, a fair price. And just to help investors get to that next level. I'm an educational junkie, guys. I take courses all the time, sharpening my saw, learning more ins and outs, things that I learned at one time. I take classes again to relearn it and make sure I'm implementing it in my life. And it's also a benefit for Anderson too, right? We make you guys successful through Infinity. Guess what we have? The clients, right? And then you guys, because you guys have wealth, now we got to figure out your tax situations too. So there's that benefit for us. Kind of a cool thing. A lot of you guys actually we have a client in here who's been with us like, 20 years? 20 years. When we had offices and she even know, Christensen Road up there in Seattle. And then we've grown. That was our original office. I was out of the Nevada office, and we've got 3 locations there. Kind of a cool thing. Wyoming started to develop their law just like Nevada for the protections, and it's cheaper. So a lot of our clients are forming the holding company out of Wyoming. So we have a Wyoming office. Charles is out of the Arizona office, and I, pre-COVID in December, moved up to Salt Lake City. Looks like that. How did that get in there? No, look, there's the mountains right here. The Wasatch Front's right there, guys. I don't even know. That's the first time I've noticed that. And I put that slide together. That's here, Utah. Here, I'll draw that temple they have there. There it is, right there. And I moved up and I started an office up there. I moved up there in last December before pre-COVID. January and February was looking for an office space to build out our service department, attorneys, and then COVID hit and I couldn't get a space. Didn't want to have, I didn't want to form a Utah office and hire a bunch of attorneys and then kill them with COVID because I was bringing them all in there. So I put it on hold a little bit. We are going to get a location there, an actual physical location. But right now we've got, I think, 12 attorneys out of there. And one of the reasons why we opened it up in Salt Lake City, we looked at Denver, we looked at Phoenix, build that one out bigger, and then Boise, Idaho. And Toby and I were up there looking around and seeing, what it would be like, and how my family, my wife and I, and Toby and his wife, how we decided that we were going to open a location there is that the TSA agents are nice there. Guys, have you guys met a nice TSA agent? No, neither have I. My wife had a water bottle in her backpack that she forgot. because we have a 4-year-old boy. And the TS agent said, hey, look, you know what? You have yep, here it is. Hey, have a nice day, ma'am. He didn't shame her. He didn't do all the stuff that everyone else, all the other TS agents would do. So that's how we did. We figured our clients would be served best with a service mentality and then nice people. Vegas, you have about 9 out of 10 people are kind of jerks. Up there, 9 out of 10 people are nice. And so, again, it's for the company. Some of you guys have seen this. When we started, it was all about asset protection. We were lawyers. We want to set up business entities for the protection. Problem is we felt like what would happen is our clients would go to their accountant, and their accountant would say things from a tax side and then kick them back over to us, and you guys were like ping pong balls. And then we also realized that the accountants want to look at things from a historical perspective, not a future perspective, right? So they were talking about forming things from what would have helped in the past. We want tax planning. So what we did, we bought a tax firm, and qualifications for the accountants and EAs, tax professionals. They have to understand investor accounting and business accounting. And so we brought them all under one roof. And then from a business planning standpoint, there's another thing that we need to think about. Well, I've heard a lot where accountants will actually say, hey, you know what, I'm going to get your tax bill so low, or even we're going to show you how not to pay taxes. But then what happens when you go for business financing? Can't get loans, right? So there's a good balance you have to have. And then finally, like I did mention yesterday, the legacy planning side of things. This was the last area to me that was really important to me. When I was younger, 15 years ago, estate planning to me was like the last thing to even talk to a client about. And now it's probably one of my most favorite areas, in the fact that I've seen it just help other people and help my clients who've worked so hard to put something together. I got really passionate yesterday. When I think about it, you can work really hard to master your assets, but if it goes down to that next generation, or that the court's deciding where your money is going to go, and if you die intestate, who gets a good chunk of it? The state, right? If you've worked so hard and then it's not properly planned for, what was all that hard work for? Because I know a lot of you guys are hoarders. You guys hoard all your wealth, you don't enjoy it, and you're building it up, and then you want to put your children in, or your heirs in, a better position. So, estate planning is one of my favorite areas. I feel like it's the most important capstone to what we do, because again, you guys are building it. We don't want it to destroy family relationships or even individuals. And so there it is. What I am going to be covering, we already did this yesterday. I think we're in good shape, so I'll just skip over this when we get to it. I'll do a little reminder for you. But I want to show you guys, since a lot of you guys are picking up properties this weekend, how you're going to be dealing with your long-term holds, because we have to think about them differently than your short-term holds, okay? And then we'll get into some estate planning. So I always present this because it's almost like if I present it now, I don't have to deal with it coming up. What happens a lot of times is I will talk to a client, and they will have talked to their accountant or other professionals, and they said, don't worry about business entity. And it's almost like verbatim, don't worry about a business entity, just get more insurance, right? Has anyone been told that before? Just get more insurance. Business entities are too much work, blah, 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 blah. It kills me, because when I was doing defense work, I actually worked for the insurance companies. You guys would get in trouble, the insurance companies would hire me, all right? So with this unbalance of insurance and also exclusions, I have a pretty bad taste in my mouth. Insurance, I have it. I just told you with Ashley, I got more insurance on the properties I picked up here, but there's an unbalance. And how many people have read their policies lately? What, am I boring you guys? You aren't going to participate? How many? Okay, so I got one person who's read their policy. Did you get through the end?
No,
Yeah, it's hard to get all the way through. If you got to the end of it, the end is where all the exclusions are. Okay? You guys would be appalled. I've had so many bad experiences with insurance not paying out and avoiding it. It's almost like the insurance comes in, the policy claim, and they say, denied. Okay? And so I don't like insurance. It's a necessary evil, but the end all be all is the business entities. All right? So insurance, I just want to get that out of the way. Yes, you need it, but you can't rely on it. Okay? Too many exclusions. I've been in insurance conventions before, and the person bragged about how many exclusions they put in there and that they can still charge you overpriced for it. Thing we have to look at, and you guys, a lot of you will recognize this from any sort of planning you guys have done. We look at your life in quadrants. And when we look at your life in quadrants, we have to look at the kind of assets and activities you're doing. Personal assets need to be treated differently from business assets. No risk assets need to be treated differently from risky assets. Personal assets would be your car. Okay, this is where you guys start. Here, I'm going to draw a pickup there. That's a pickup. Okay, your daily driver, that's a personal asset. Your personal, right here, the chimney. Look at that, advanced drawing. Okay, looks like a cup of coffee. It does look like, I don't know, a cup of coffee with a lid on it, maybe. What else? Jewelry, necklace. There you go. There's a necklace. You see what I'm saying? I mean, just maybe you have a jet ski or a boat. There's a boat or a jet ski. You guys can decide. Your no-risk assets, your MBAs, your massive bank accounts, right? Your cash, your stocks. Okay? And I say no-risk assets because basically they're not hurting anybody. People can't slip, unless you leave them on the floor, someone trips on them or slips on a piece of paper. They don't cause you any liability. As opposed to your rentals, right? Your houses, your quick turns. Those are very, very risky assets. From a perception standpoint, all of your tenants think you guys have deep, deep pockets. Does it make sense to everybody? Like, even a downturn, this was shocking. I had clients who were underwater in their properties, and yet tenants were still trying to sue the landlords because they thought they were all rich landlords. So very dangerous assets, your rental, single family, or your buildings, commercial buildings. Active businesses, we'll just do like a DDS, MDs, veterinarians, vets, any sort of sales business of products. So that's your active business. And we start having to look at it from a tax code standpoint, and we also have to look at it from an asset protection standpoint. Because what I'm finding is some of the advice when we get new clients coming in, a lot of times I feel like a janitor because whatever's been set up by your past advisors, we have to clean up. In fact, I've talked to a few people in here that we've got to do some major cleanup because some real basic fundamentals weren't addressed when a plan was put into place. So let's take a look at this really quickly. You know, in looking at it, let me see if I can change this color. 1 second. Uh-oh, what did I do? No, you want those risky assets? They make us money. All right. My dentist example. Who knows the Dale story, the dentist example? How many people have heard me talk about Dale, the dentist, before? You have? Okay, a couple people have. Okay, so a lot of people haven't. This guy, he just is the poster child for a perfect client for us. Funny story is I love skiing, and another reason why we moved to Salt Lake, right? perfect example. I was in Vail, Colorado at the time with a bunch of friends. And we realized, how many skiers in here? Anyone ski here? Okay, so you notice that you got the lift lines and people are going in. On the left-hand side, there's a single line. Well, my friends and I were staying in this cabin already, so we thought to ourselves, why are we waiting this big line? Single line's shorter. I don't need to talk to you on the chairlift. We're already eating, drinking, and everything together at night and at lunch. Why don't we go take advantage of that shorter line? So we would get in the line, and there's 2 or 3 people. You get paired up on a quad chair. So I sit down, and I'm chatty. Okay, I love people's stories. It's entertaining to me to see what people are doing and where they're going, and I learn from people. So I sit down and I say, "Hey, I'm Michael," and the guy next to me said, "Hey, I'm Dale," and I pretty much thought he maybe was thinking that, oh, great, I got a talker. You get on the airplane and the person won't shut up next to you, right? Anyway, I said, Dale, what do you do? And he goes, I'm a dentist. And I said, I hate you. Little jealousy because they went to 1 more year of school than I did, and they generally only work about 2.5 days a week, make a boatload of money. He kind of looked at me like I was a little crazy at the time. But then he asked me what I did. And I said, I'm an attorney. And he said, I hate you too. And then all of a sudden I see a light bulb go off in his head. Like realizing that I don't have anywhere to go, right? And he can ask me all these questions about law, and I can't go anywhere. It's like free legal advice, right? I am stuck. On the airplanes, I tell people I just sell fertilizer. Bullshit, right? Yeah, but what is he going to do? He can't work on me. I mean, it's like, total unbalance of fairness in my book. We started talking about it, had some jokes, and then he asked me what kind of law I focused on. And I said, asset protection, do a lot of real estate investors, work with a lot of them. He said, I got 3 properties. Pretty cool. He was really proud of that. And then I asked him, well, how do you own those properties? How do you think he owned them?
In his own name.
In his own name, sure. And then he owned his dental building. And then he got really excited because he said, in my personal residence, and I said, is that an asset or liability? Liability, right? And on this personal residence has a little path that leads down to a lake. And some of these facts came out that this wasn't like the world's longest chairlift. Okay, some of these facts came out over time because I got to know him, and he would invite me over to his house. But he had a dock that was here, and then a high-end ski boat here. This is some of you guys will find this interesting because of Infinity. He had a $1.3 million brokerage account that his wife used to let him play with. He could not touch his IRA. Okay? I was off limits. Wife said no, can't touch that IRA. Everything is owned in his own name. He's a dentist. You see why he's the perfect client for Anderson, right? I mean, poster child for a lawsuit. He said, I got asset protection. I drive this old car around. No, I go, yeah, but you're in a smaller town. People know you're the dentist and you live on a lake. The car ain't throwing anybody off, right? He had 2 other assets or liabilities. I've got 2 of them too. Some of you guys have them too. He had 2 teenage daughters. Now he worked 2.5 days a week. Where do you think during the summer, because he used to go ride bicycles all over the country and leave the kids at home. They were teenagers. Where do you think those 2 teenage daughters were? Down here, reading the Bible. Yeah, sure, right? Or maybe they were actually enjoying their favorite beverages of choice with 200 of their closest friends, right? And oddly enough, you were one of them. I thought I recognized you. That's awesome. But also a little creepy since they were teenagers, buddy. do you want to move? He's like, oh, you guys are part of the tribe. I love you guys. Aaron was right. This is funny. Yeah. So it gets even worse. You know, you would think a dentist is a very intelligent individual, right? Well, he invited me over. We went water skiing. It's a hot summer day, and we walk up into this boathouse. It was insane because you walked up, and the inside was set up like a bar. Top shelf liquor, medium liquor, well, and a beer fridge. And he's like, "What do you want to drink?" I don't know. The hot summer day, I'll have a vodka tonic. You know, squeeze a lime. Makes me a vodka tonic. We go out on the porch out there, sipping this. And I'm like, wow, this is incredible vodka. I can't even taste it. You guys catching on here?
Yeah.
The people, oh yeah. The people who are laughing right now and getting red are the ones that were the hellions when they were kids. Because what'd you guys do? You drank it and then you refilled it with the water. He's like, no, I mark it. I'm like, yeah, they see that mark. They're on to you. They've watered down this liquor. And I'm like, and they're ruining my drink. So the booze were actually coming from Dale's boathouse. He goes, no, I locked it. I'm like, you put the key on the door sill. Like, come on. So why am I telling you this story? Because we have to take a look at you guys' situations. And I know a lot of you guys have gone through some maybe basic training on a day seminar with the tax. How many people have been tax and AP? With like Toby, me, Clint, we would take turns teaching it. And we really need to kind of get you guys a little more tidied up in knowledge and information. Anderson is a very, very educational related company. We want to educate our clients because you guys know the foundational concepts and we synergize with you to build out your structure and your blueprint. And so we have to look at you guys and you have to understand the fundamentals, because if you Google asset protection, you're going to get bad advice. A lot of the sites are done from a sales perspective. And what I've found for the last 15, 20 years is that people are getting overzealous with their planning. Like, put an LLC in everything. I mean, each of these properties, put an LLC, you know, even though you can't do it, an IRA in an LLC, the dental practice in an LLC, the building in LLC, 1.3, put that in there, put each of these kids in the LLC, you know, the boat in an LLC, you know, I could do the personal residence, but, you know, all of a sudden, by over planning, you have weakened your structure. Does that make sense? And I'll tell you why, because what happens is a judge or a jury, you know, mainly a judge in the initial part, is going to be taking a look at this. And what they'll say is there's no business purpose of having a boat in an LLC. In fact, that was one of the ways when I did business breakups, when I would go after, because I didn't want to get stuck with just the business assets. I wanted the personal assets too, right? And give a few dollars to my clients. But, you know, I've never lost a case when I was doing litigation. Never lost a case. Isn't that cool? Yeah, I mean, my clients did, but I always got paid. Bad attorney joke, but yeah, no. Here's the thing. I don't want you guys to hear concepts or Google and then get misconceptions and go down the wrong path. Even a couple people in here that I've talked to, it's like, I understand that you read something or that someone set you up like that, but really it doesn't make sense. What we have to do is look at the assets that are in pursuit of a profit, and that's how we plan. Does that make sense to everybody? If it's a pursuit of profit, that means it's a business, and that means it goes into a business entity, right? Even your brokerage accounts, you're in the pursuit of a profit. That can go in a business entity. But we don't start getting crazy, put our boats in it, because that was a surefire way that I would just go ahead and make it look like a sham when I'd find boats in an LLC or I'd find an RV in an LLC, and they were, you know, I get it. But here's the deal. What I would do is I would go ahead and do an RFP. It's called a request for production of all the documents for that LLC title of the motorhome, title of the boat, what have you, something that was a personal asset. And then also what I'd point out is there was not one time that actual asset or liability, whatever you want to call it, that vehicle or that boat was ever rented out to a third party, but yet there was this number of hours on the boat and this number of miles. Who did it? Who used it? The individual. And then all of a sudden that just starts going away, and it calls into question all of the assets that actually should be into LLCs. Now, years ago, and I think, how many titanium members in here are in here again? Okay, years ago, what we would do is piecemeal it. You know, you needed 3 LLCs. We'd put together 3 LLCs for you. You needed an additional LLC. You know, we would charge you for an additional LLC. What we were finding out, and some of the things that we were actually teaching, was the simple fact that we would group properties together. And you'll see later on why that's bad. Put them all into one LLC to save the client's money. You know, $2,500 per LLC adds up pretty fast. And then the client doesn't want to spend that, and they would start grouping. What's the problem with having all these properties in one LLC? They're all, your eggs are in one basket. This has a fire, you know, burn somebody, to maim somebody. All of these properties here, those are used to satisfy the judgment. And people say, well, yeah, but there maybe we looked at it from an equity standpoint. I hate when people say that. It doesn't matter about the equity. That's only one part of the equation. How about your mailbox money that you're getting every month from it? How about your appreciation? How about this? And this, again, I get it means something to me because I had to put together my wealth. It wasn't just given to me. How long is it going to take you to get the down payment or to buy another piece of property? Does that make sense to everybody? Like, I mean, dude, there's an opportunity cost, and you could be out of the game. That's how titanium. So yeah, our rule is we would separate each of these properties into a separate LLC. All right, moving right along. The other thing we have to look at, I'm going to expose you to this, is the different types of income. Okay, we want to make sure that whatever we're doing, whatever we're putting together, is tax-wise. You know, you got to look at your long-term capital gains. Those are taxed at a better rate. Nuts. Microsoft hates me. Easy. What are you talking about? Easy. Man. All right. I don't need to do it. Basically, long-term capital gains. It's taxed at a lower rate. Long-term capital gains comes into play, you guys probably already know this, assets that you've held over 1 year. Short-term, on the other hand, like when you're flipping a property hopefully it takes under 1 year, right? Unless you find that great contractor. Finding a good contractor is like finding Bigfoot. You hear about them, you just never find them. If you want your short-term under 1 year, active income is a different beast. That's, I always talk about active income by the sweat of your brow. Now, short-term capital is your tax rate. When you start talking about active earned income, you run into an issue because active earned income is your tax rate plus an additional 15.3%. FICA, right? You guys know why I call it FICA. It's your self-employment. It's a self-employment tax, or the employment tax, I should say. Reason why I call it FICA is the simple fact of when I was younger, 15 and a half, I got a job. I couldn't wait to work. I mean, literally. 2 weeks before the paychecks came out. Some of you guys are knowing where this is going because it happened to you too. But I worked I counted the number of hours, quarter hours by my minimum wage, times it by that. I knew exactly to the cent how much that check was supposed to be for. I wasn't working the day that checks were coming out, but I wanted my greedy little hands on that check. So I rode my BMX down, parked around the corner, or parked right there, walked right, and said hi to everybody. Oh wait, checks are here too? Yeah, I'll get mine. I still remember it. Put it in the back of my Levi's. Didn't want to look too over zealous, I guess. And so I rode around the corner, And you ever trying to open up a letter and you're like so excited, it's like, you know, the corners are tearing, you can't get it open. Finally I get it, and I go, what? I mean, my heart sank. And then the conspiracy theorist in my head started going crazy. I started thinking to myself, Arnie, the pizza shop owner, is ripping me off. He thinks I'm a punk 15-and-a-half-year-old kid and that he can get this by me. Then I'm like, wait a minute, no, there's some Uncle Sam. He's going after me. What in the world? So then I go home, and my dad, awesome individual. I should say this, very empathetic as an individual. He's a colonel, he was a colonel in the Army and an engineer. How many people know? I'm being facetious, okay. Engineer and colonel, right? I mean, any engineers in here? Okay. Empathy was like, you know, logic is great. Paralysis by analogy, you know, I mean, you know, he's just very matter of fact. I mean, he's very loving, you know, he really is. But I mean, when it talk about like real world, he just matter of fact. So, you know, I wait for him to come home, and I said, Dad, you know, usually he very lays off fare, but I need you to be in my corner because Arnie's ripping me off. He says, let me see your check. Looks at it. He goes, oh, welcome to the real world, son. You're paying taxes. I'm like, I'm only 15-and-a-half. Are you kidding me? What in the world? And so it's always been a thorn in my side. That's why I call it FICA. You guys can call it FICA, but it's going to be FICA to me. And so it's an extra 15.3%. It's income that's done by the sweat of your brow. All these terms and all these taxation classifications we need to deal with, and we need to look at, and we need to start controlling the income that we're bringing in, in the classification that we're bringing in. Tax deferred income. I went over retirement plans, and Aaron did a great job of going over retirement plans. You know, why not move money from your corporation, take a salary and move money over and tax defer that money and control it that way. And then tax-free income, just by the way we sell properties, is a good way to do that. But mainly what we want to do, let's see if I can't get this pen color. Hey, there we go. I don't know why it worked that time, but it didn't the other. What we want to do is also change what we're doing. Right now, many of you guys are just operating underneath the personal tax code. Personal tax code is you earn it, you spend, you get taxed and then spend whatever's left over. Your W-2 jobs, you guys understand this, right? It's taxed before it even gets to you. It happened to me. But you guys being in here, you guys fall underneath the business tax code. You earn, you spend, and then you're taxed on what's left over. Okay? What's the rule to fall under that? The pursuit of a profit. That's what you guys are in right now. Corporations, I always say, are the workhorse in the tax vehicles. Because the corporations, they're given so many more tax deductions. Okay? Especially C corporations. I'll get into the difference between that. All right, let's quickly get into the long-term holds. I mentioned this with the Dale example. We want to separate it out, each of these, into separate LLCs. In case one of them goes out, then all of your other assets are protected. Don't put all your eggs in one basket. Now, this Wyoming LLC is instrumental. I believe everybody in here should have a Wyoming LLC, whether you're stock trading or whether you're investing in real estate. Because what happened was when LLCs first came around, what they wanted to do was protect the business from the owners and the owners from the business. So they took a lot of corporate law and partnership law and blended it together. The theories behind it was these owners down here, the owners of the businesses, shouldn't disrupt the affairs of the business. And then also, one owner shouldn't affect the other owner's interests and the business. And so it's to protect the business from the owners and the owners from the business. We had limited liability. That's how it stood. And then all of a sudden we had different states start monkeying with these laws because it wasn't fair. Can anyone guess the state that was the pioneer behind this? California. Yeah, if there's anything bad, just say California. But it's always the answer. And so it went from California, Colorado, and then Florida. And then it spread like a virus. I guess I shouldn't really use that term right now. But, I mean, literally, you guys have seen how a virus spreads all over the country, where all of a sudden we've had this weakening of the LLC law. Now, Nevada said, wait a minute here. If we strengthen our laws, then people will come and form businesses here. We'll get the filing fees for it, and it's a good revenue generating for the state of Nevada. And so that's how Nevada started. And then Wyoming saw what Nevada was doing, and so they jumped on the bandwagon and lowered the price even. And so now Wyoming's on board, and we use a lot of Wyoming LLCs. Now, why do we go ahead and do this? It's because the protections that the Wyoming and Nevada LLCs give us. We can operate and do business in different states. And if you are operating and touching, what they say, touching and concerning citizens of a particular state, you need to be filed to do business in that state. So we can use the in-state LLCs, but the problem is if we just own all these ourselves and we get sued by Beelzebub, here, comes after us, what Beelzebub can do, nuts. What Beelzebub can do is go in and reach the assets of each of those LLCs. Okay? They get paid out. Now, if we have the Wyoming LLC in there, here's Beelzebub down here. He comes after you. And I'll get into the details of this. He tries to get the assets. Wyoming law creates a block. They cannot participate in management. They can't demand income. They can't demand the sale of the assets and to get paid. And so therefore, and I'll show you guys exactly how the statute's written. Therefore, what happens is Beelzebub doesn't get paid. Has anybody ever gotten a judgment against somebody in here? Not against someone in here, but against somebody. Okay, were you able to collect on that judgment? Sometimes yes, sometimes no, right? What we want to do is put you on a level playing field with out-of-control plaintiffs. And so what this does is, hey, Beelzebub's not getting any money for winning that lawsuit. They have a judgment in hand. And I learned this when I was quite young. I think I was 21 at this time. I worked for an individual, and they didn't pay me. So I sued them. And I went through this. And I wasn't even close to being an attorney at the time. I went through, brought forth my case, and I won. And I was so proud. I'm not even an attorney. And I'm 1-0, guys. I'm 1-0. And I get this judgment. I still remember the way, I can picture this thing. I was so proud. I went over to my parents' house. And I was like showing it off to, my dad's friends and my mom's friends. And I go up to this guy named Patrick, and I'm like, look, I won. He's like, you won what? Real rude. I was like, I won this case. Look, I got a judgment. I don't know, I think it was for like $6,000. I won. He's like, there's a big difference between getting a judgment and collecting on a judgment. Being 21 and thought I knew everything, I thought he didn't know what he was talking about. He doesn't know, well, that was when I was 21, so a couple years ago. I've never collected on that judgment at all. Okay? He had cash protect. It was just, I could not get through it. So what we want to do is we don't set up just make you guys understand, we're not setting this up so you guys can get drunk and drive through school zones, okay? I'm talking about, this is what we want to do is put you on a level playing field with these out-of-control plaintiffs because they are out of control. My wife is an attorney too. Can you imagine that? 2 attorneys married. And we're still greatly in love. She does a different type of law. I do a different type of law. And our personalities aren't like traditional attorneys. We just want to make sure that you're on a level playing field. And what we want you to be able to do is facilitate a judgment or a settlement. And generally that settlement would just be for insurance limits. Or you don't want to get paid out, you don't want to settle, they're not going to get anything out of it, okay? Because what the charging order does is, unless money is distributed out, it basically just sits there. And I'm going to show you some things that it gets even worse. Now, one of the things that's very important to us as real estate investors and people who are accumulating wealth is that we want to go ahead and make sure you guys have privacy, okay? What I mean by privacy is, again, when I was a plaintiff's attorney and someone would come into my office, I would get the facts of the case. Now, like I mentioned yesterday, I've taken 3 bar exams, passed them. You know, I can issue, if you tell me a story, I know cause of action, cause of action, cause of action, cause of action. But the thing is that wasn't really what I was interested in as an attorney. I was interested in what the defendant owned. Does that make sense? Because it's very expensive to run a traditional litigation law office. But I want to know what the defendant owned. Because if I can find out what the defendant owned, finger on financial pulse, and that made the determination whether I took the case or I kicked it to a firm I hated. We call them dog or orphan cases because you can't get paid out on it. And, you know, I use this example sometimes. Anyone seen a movie, A Civil Action with John Travolta? I love that movie. I mean, it was fantastic, but it illustrates a great point. When he started off, you guys remember what kind of car he was driving? Well, you don't love the movie as much as I do, I guess, huh? 911, I know, because I love the car, right? He's in a mansion. His law office, all dark cherry furniture, and I think he was Boston's Bachelor of the Year or something like that. I mean, like, the guy had it going on. I mean, making a ton of money. Well, he kept on getting a call on this radio show they was doing, and this lady kept saying, hey, I need you to take this case. I want you to take the case. And he's like, no, I can't take that case. I can't take that case. Finally, he accepted to take the case. And the problem with this is spending all this money to litigate the case. He bankrupted his law firm, and he was in a one-room apartment making a toasted cheese sandwich with an iron at the end of it. He couldn't get paid, so attorneys can't take cases. So what happens when we have a great asset protection plan in place, they can't get paid, they don't want to touch it, but also if they can't find what you own, the assumption is that you don't own anything. Okay? And so, again, settle for insurance limits, or they just won't take the case and it won't move forward. It's not to hide your stuff so you can commit fraud, things like that. In fact, I always love pointing this out. If you commit fraud, this structure won't work. The judge will find a way to pierce through it. Gross negligence, like literally disregard for common courtesies in life, it won't work, okay? There's always a way through it. Or if you are cheating with the 3-letter governmental agencies, you know, FBI, SEC, all that stuff, again, they have certain ways to get through it. But what we can do is start setting up our businesses and keep our names out of public record. We do it, and we fix a lot of structures that come to us this way. And it starts off in how we go ahead and we list the ownership and the management of the entity. And it also starts off with the entity that we use. So we use Wyoming, Nevada, Delaware at times if we're going to put something together that maybe is going to go public. But generally we want Wyoming or Nevada. And the reason why is that holding LLC. This is our foundation. The holding LLC is our foundation that we build everything going up with. Because I'm going to show you in just a second, with this Wyoming or Nevada holding LLC, the ownership is not public record. Okay? So the ownership, they don't want to know. Most states you have to list the shareholders or the members of the LLC. You also have to list the manager of the LLC. Well, if we go ahead and form this and no information as to owners here, you can't tell who's the owner, this is your foundation. And here's actually Nevada, how it's set up, if you can see. Here's the name of the entity right here. Now, if you recognize this name down here, A.T. Mathis, look familiar to anybody? It's Toby, right? So what we do is our foundation, we list Toby, he's a nominee. Now what happens is, it's the way it's set up is you file the entity. And what we've done is you guys hire Toby to serve as the incorporator or the filer. And he's very narrow set, like as an agent. He is only here to go ahead and get this thing, the entity filed. As soon as it's filed, guess what we do? He resigns. I always say I fire him, but yeah, he resigns. And then you're put into power. Now, how this works is that in Nevada and Wyoming, once you file your initial set of documents, Nevada or Wyoming they don't want to even hear from you until the next year. So what do? We put A.T. Mathis back on there, file it, he resigns. But the pertinent thing here is that your name's not on here, A.T. Mathis is. Now, gosh, this probably had about 13 or 14 years ago, the Las Vegas Sun did an article on the business privacy. This is a newspaper in Vegas. And they said local businessman A.T. Mathis owns about 17 to 20,000 businesses here. At the time, Toby was still living in Las Vegas, or he was still living up in the Seattle area. Okay? So investigative reporters are pretty good, but they couldn't even figure this one out. The big thing is that your name's not on here, right? Again, this is the foundational entity to keep the privacy. Now, the other thing, and I do this because some of you guys have screwed this up, or your actual previous legal work or counsel screwed it up, is you guys wanted to save $160, and so you guys were your own registered agent, and your name's listed there. Okay? Now you're associated with the entity. All right? So, no, we don't have you as registered agent. We have our own company that we put that on there. But what a registered agent is, it's a company or an individual that's there to take any service or process. If anybody gets, if anyone wants to sue the entity, there needs a place where they can go ahead and put the service or process. Now, in the past, people did that themselves to save money. The problem, though, is when you do that, your name's on public record, but you have to actually be available from normal business hours, 8 to 5, 9 to 5, okay? And you are responsible for the acceptance of those laws. Generally, it'd be a summons and complaint. What's happened lately is the judges are holding the registered agent accountable. The last big case that came out was a process server came to serve papers upon a corporation. It was at a person's house, and their mother didn't speak English, accepted the papers, didn't understand the gravity of the papers, tossed them aside, and there was a default judgment entered in. That means you didn't show up, you didn't prosecute the case, you lost the case, and a judgment was entered against you. Now, sometimes you can go ahead and do what we call a motion to set aside default. However, the judges are starting to make points here, and they weren't able to go ahead and set aside this judgment. So I don't recommend you guys being a registered agent. Just hire a company to do that. So how we do, there he is right there. How we do it is for basis, we form that Wyoming or Nevada entity, the holding LLC. Now, from a formation standpoint, we form the in-state LLCs. You guys following me? Now we use the way that LLCs are set up, and we use member-managed LLCs. You guys know where I'm going with this? Who's the member manager of this in-state LLC? The Wyoming or Nevada. So on the Secretary of State site, member manager, who's the member manager? The Wyoming and its ABC LLC. Now, if someone's snooping around, They come over to the Secretary of State of Wyoming or Nevada, and your name's not in public record. As opposed, if you guys went ahead and set up a in-state LLC, you'd have to have your own name on there. Okay? And so that's how we get the privacy. Again, it's very, very critical that your name is not associated with these LLCs. These are where your assets are. You don't want to let someone know that you own 5, 10, 15 LLCs. Okay? If they do find out that ABC LLC owns it, there's no information leading it over to you. Now, how this works in Wyoming and Nevada is the way the statute's written. And I love when things are written from a statute standpoint, because the statute controls and it takes it out of the hands of a judge. Okay? Because judges get law wrong all the time. But here's what's limited. They can't become a partner in the business. Okay? They cannot demand income from the business. Can you guys see that judgment that they got diminishing in value? Right? They can't force distribution or distribute the assets. And the big one is they can't participate in the management of the business. You're still in control. There's ways we can get money back out of it, taking loans, things like that. Now, interestingly enough, let's say that LLC made $100,000. And Beelzebub has a charging order against the entity and against your interest in that entity. Well, theoretically, the tax has to flow down to somewhere, right? Some people call it phantom income. When a company makes profit, there's still a taxation that flows down to the owners. So the taxation has to flow into somewhere. Beelzebub's entitled to the income that's coming out there, but no money was distributed out of it. So under Rev ruling 77-137, the IRS said, yeah, the taxation has to go somewhere. It was supposed to go to Beelzebub, so Beelzebub is liable for the tax on the money that was never even distributed out. Could you imagine what a poison pill that is? I mean, think about it. And here's the thing. This is all over the internet. If you Google who pays the charging order, who pays the tax, you're going to find tons of attorneys pontificating upon this. I read this, and I believe it is under a very narrow set of circumstances, and that this won't apply all the time. It's not a tried and proven rule. But guess what? This rule it's like one of those sayings we have, or the Halloween candy all has razor blades in it, or drugs in it. It's like a wives' tale that just become like it's actual truth, right? It's all over the internet, and what it does is if people research it and find out that they might have to pay the taxes on that money they never received, it's a very much of a deterrent, okay? But even a deterrent, what it does is it allows you guys to go ahead and come and level the playing field with the plaintiffs, okay? Now, you may have harmed somebody, but the way that we have a lottery mentality and the way that the plaintiff's bar, that means the plaintiff's attorneys, it's called the plaintiff's bar, the way that they have so much control over judges, it's sick, okay? So what this does is it puts you on a level playing field. Love this out here. Now, here's why I believe, Anderson doesn't make test cases out of their clients. Here is one of the best written statutes I've ever seen in my life. This is the Wyoming statute. And I love that the legislature has finally got something right. Sorry if we have any legislatures in here, but just think about them in a room. They're talking about bringing forth this. And they say, we wanted the exclusive remedy. We're going to go ahead, and when the original drafters, the intent was to make the protections for the business, we're going to keep that intact. And you know what they did is they said exclusive remedy. Can someone help me out and tell me what exclusive means? The only? Nothing else? Exclusive's exclusive, right? And I can just see them talking. They're like, yeah, but you know who deals with these statutes and who's going to be interpreting them? Attorneys. So even though we say exclusive, they're going to say exclusive doesn't mean exclusive, right? And so we have to really be careful of this. And what they do is they say other remedies, literally other remedies, including judicial foreclosure, which California did, are not available to the judgment creditor. So what they did, you'll find a lot of times when Anderson creates your structures, it's a belt and suspenders approach to things. I know it's redundant, but we want to make sure. I love how they just belt and suspended this thing. I mean, literally, and the Nevada's written very, very similar to this. The other thing that happened was when we look at Nevada and Wyoming, Florida actually weakened it by saying if there's only one member in there, the charging order doesn't apply. So what did Wyoming and Nevada do? They said even one member, limited liability companies, the state. As other states have weakened it. Nevada took it one step ahead, and they even offer charging order protections to corporations. So when other states have weakened it, Wyoming and Nevada have strengthened it nonstop. So here's how that plays in. I probably need to get moving along. This is something that in some of your structures I've seen you guys are lacking, a corporation. The corporation, I'm going to point some things out on it. I call it an expense machine because it's the corporate tax code that we operate underneath. Okay? How this works is when we have our rental LLCs, these rental LLCs hold the property. What we can do is have this corporation manage, and I need to clarify, manage the LLC. Sometimes you'll hear my partners even, the corporation is managing the property. No, we want it managing the LLC, because then what we can do is pay a fee. Make sense? Okay. So now I'm just going to use a small number, $1,000 of rent, pay maybe $200 up to here. From a tax-wise standpoint, we just lowered it. Now you're taxed on the $800 as opposed to the $1,000. Now what do we do with this $200 that's up here? And again, more than that. What do? We spend it out on expenses that generally benefit you guys. And yes, if you have a trading LLC, like for your brokerage account, nuts. That corporation can manage that entity also, okay? And we can move the money over into, and we can also create where it has maybe a 20% ownership too. Question?
So that is in the, let's say the brokerage LLC for the month. With that, where I put my lot 401 in there.
No. We always want to just remember, retirement account separate, but what we would do is for a solar 401k, we would have this corporation sponsor the solar 401k. Now that control here, but we can also start paying ourselves a salary and then making contributions from the corporation can make contributions on our behalf to the solar 401k bucket. Okay.
And that's it's not part of the LLC program.
It's going to be a standalone over here.
It's a standalone, but it's an S corp, and that's like in the tax side.
This is a solo 401k. It's not a corporate taxation. This is going to be a C or an S depending on where we want the income. This is just a sponsoring entity.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. Short.
Yeah, is there any advantage? I mean, I might have missed this, but what's the advantage of having an LLC around, like, is there some tax benefits there?
Yeah, what we're going to be able to do is 20% of the profit can come over to the corporation, and then we spend it out on all these things like, things you already spend, like internet, travel, classes, all that stuff, all are expensed out of here, out of the corporation. What that does again, so you make $100,000 here, you pay 20 over here, Now you're only taxed on the 80,000. But here's the thing. It's like having your cake and eat it too, because the money that goes to your corporation is paying for expenses that you're already incurring personally, and you're paying with personal dollars. How many people use their corporation's credit card or funds to come here this weekend? Tax-wise individuals. You guys get it? You're using pre-tax dollars to do it. Okay? And saving you money. Plus, educational packages. Guess what? For you guys who don't have a corporation, it's a non-taxable expense. It is a non-deductible expense. Under publication 550, page 37, it's right in the center right there, I can see it. Basically, it says no investment-related seminars. Guess what, though? For a corporation, it's a write-off. Mileage, and I put a bunch of, we'll talk about expenses coming up.
You also take a loan out of the city.
You can borrow money, absolutely.
And what constraints are there in terms of paying back? Is it a sort of time frame?
It needs to be reasonable. It needs to be like a business terms. But the interest rate, again, it's just reasonable. It's not 18% like, Visa or MasterCard. Dealer status. Guys, we want to make sure we avoid dealer status when we do our short-term flips. Any short-term activities, we do not want to be tagged as a dealer. Being tagged, I know it sounds kind of cool. Hey, I'm a dealer in real estate. It ain't cool from a tax situation because it's an intent-based test. A lot of times I ask this question and I say, how many deals do you have to do before you're tagged as a deal by the IRS? People say 5. No, it's 1. Did you intend to flip that property and make a profit? Then you're dealing in real estate. Now, the problem with being tagged as a dealer is once you're tagged as a dealer, no more 1031 exchanges. You guys know what a 1031 is? Should be pretty basic. Basically, you're selling a property, find a like-kind property. If you're ever going to do it, use a qualified intermediary, but basically you're kicking the taxation down the road. No more depreciation, which as real estate investors, we love that depreciation flowing down to us. No more long-term capital gains rates. Everything's earned active income to you. No more passive income. Here is a big one. For you guys who do installment sales, when you do an installment sale, you receive that income over time. Okay? And you're taxed over time. As you receive that income, some are allotted to the principal, some are allotted to profit. Now here's the deal. If you're tagged as a dealer and you do an installment sale, and you're getting the money over time, that doesn't matter to the IRS. Upon that sale, tax is due. Okay? So it really screws you. Plus everything else becomes taxed at 15.3% extra plus your tax rate. Okay? It's earned active income. We do not want to be tagged as a dealer. Okay?
And you avoid that.
And we avoid it. Hey, funny thing you should ask. So I'm going to start bringing it around just for the lead-in questions. This is great. So what we want to do is bring it into a corporation. All your short-term activities are going to be done through a corporation. Now, this is the same corporation that can be managing the LLCs, okay, multiple streams of income. But what we want to do is set it up in a way where we don't put all the properties and sell the properties out of that corporation. We want to, again, separate liability. And so we form LLCs that are owned. I'm going to say owned. But what it is you set it up as a disregarded LLC. What a disregarded LLC means, it means there's no return going to be filed. It's basically, when we file it, we set it up so that we tell the IRS, disregard there's an LLC here. Don't look for a return. Don't look for profit or loss. Profit and loss is going to flow down to this corporation, and that's where it's going to be recognized, and the corporation is going to file a return. Okay? But this is how I want you guys to do your quick turns. Make sense to everybody? Because once you sell the property, and there's ways that we want to make sure we go through, you want to pay your bills, then shut down the bank account, and then dissolve the entity. But these are disposable. after the deal's done. I don't recommend reusing them. I have a couple clients reuse them. My problem is that your expensive flips, like we talked about, it's Murphy's Law. You have an expensive flip in here, and this just happened to a client about 3 years ago. What they did was they sold this piece of property, and the sump pump wasn't working, and the new owner got it, alleged that the old owner knew about it. They had actually they had 2 expensive flips going on, and even worse, what they did was the attorney, being so, I don't want to compliment an attorney, but he was very crafty, so he put lis pendens against these 2 properties, tying up the property so my client, they couldn't sell them. It was tied up, right? Now here's the other problem with that. These properties had hard money loans against them. Is hard money cheap?
Nope.
It's the carrying cost, right? Luckily enough, settled out, got the list pendants removed, and then moved on to it. But so we don't do multiple flips. We don't have multiple flips going on in one entity. We always want to separate them out. But the big thing is bring it down to the corporation to avoid dealer status, and then use it as your expense machine. Okay? A lot of times I get a question, and I just put this in here, CRS corporations. Many of you guys for your real estate businesses are going to be using a C corporation. For active businesses, we'll use an S corporation. Now that doesn't hold true for everybody. Sometimes some of you guys, we are going to recommend an S corporation depending on the totality of your situation. Another thing I wanted to do before we even break that down, just one second, really quickly, I wanted to dummy down this whole corporate stuff because I get the comment of like, I'm intimidated by owning a corporation, okay? And there's nothing to be intimidated by starting a corporation and owning a corporation. When I first formed my first corporation, I was younger, and someone said to me, it's too much paperwork, all this stuff. It's so easy, and we help you through it, obviously. But if you really just break it down, there's 3 levels of ownership and management. When you look at a corporation, I look at it as a pyramid, and control comes like this. So basically, the shareholders, they own and control the corporation. But what they do is they hire the directors, okay? The directors, I'm going to put a little word in here, broad policy, okay? General broad policy. Are we going to be doing quick turns in Indy? Are we going to hold properties in Indy? Are we going to be going ahead and looking for these parameters for rentals or for investments? Broad policy, and then they tell it to the officers. Okay, and then the officers carry out the day-to-day activities of the business. Okay, pretty simple. Now, it does get a little schizophrenic with looking around, probably going to come quite naturally to some of you in here. But one person can be all 3. You just wear a different hat and sign in your capacity, okay? But that's another thing that people have hang-ups. Wait a minute, I'm the owner, and I'm the director, and I'm the officer? Yes, when you're making broad policy decisions, you're a director. You have directors' meetings, and then you communicate it to... No, you communicate, you're close, but other way up, to the officers, yeah. And then the officer goes ahead and gets the education, gets the tools, and carries out that direction. Don't be like me. I put a wall up. I'm like, wow, I was told by a mentor, too much work to start a corporation. Once I got it, I was like, what a bozo for telling me that. Look at all the benefits I've been missing out on.
So I got a legal reason to talk to myself.
Yeah, now you have a little legal reason to talk to yourself. Exactly. Have directors meetings, you can have all sorts, listen, let me just say this for actually in here. Listen, if you call me up or my advisors up or my attorneys up and you tell them that the shareholders aren't getting along with the directors and officers, there's fights going on, and we find out that you're the only one in there, you call the wrong place. You need, I'm a JD, Juris Doctor. You need a medical doctor, all right? Kind of a cool thing right now. I don't know how long this is lasting, But right now, C corporations have a flat tax of 21%. Pretty cool, pretty low. Now, I don't have any tea leaves, maybe you guys do, but here's the thing. It might come up to about 27%, which I'm still fine. Because look at where it used to be. 15, and don't ask me the rhyme or reason for this. 15, 39%, 34, 35. You know, it was quite hefty in the, this just came out before the Tax and Jobs Act. So might you go up to 27 right now? I'm fine with it. The other thing when we talk about C corporations, a lot of people say C corporations are bad. Like it's almost like in an accounting school. They teach you, if you hear the word C corporation, just throw out double taxation, right? Well, if you control that money inside your C corporation, how much double taxation is going on? If you're expensing everything out, you're fine. Double taxation is when the corporation pays a tax at its level, and then distributions are made out to you, and you pay it at that level. Listen, if we're in control, double taxation doesn't play in a lot of times. There are so many more expenses in a C corporation. I also like the activity getting taken away from your return and put on a business return. Business expenses belong on a business return. IRS looks at them. They audit entities so much lower, the rate is so much lower than the individual rate. Okay? So I like having business expenses on a business return. What happens if you start operating a sole proprietorship and you start putting all the business expenses on your return? What happens is the IRS knows that that's lowering your personal income tax. And surprising probably to you guys, the IRS people cheat on their taxes. Okay? So with a C corporation, they're not scrutinized. There's a higher level. We can control our income. Just a little side note. I know I mentioned this if you guys were on the structural implementation workshop. Basically, we can pay a Christmas bonus, not on Christmas, but I would do it January 1st. Do you guys know why you would do that? Well, you get to go ahead and kick that payment on the taxes on that bonus all the way to April of the following year. And a lot of times the way we set up your C corporations, the corp gets an immediate tax or an expense, and then you can use that money and not pay tax on it for another year and 3-4 months. Okay? More fringe benefits in a C corporation. Again, because it's not offsetting your income, the IRS gives us more freedom there. Does anyone know what the 1241 stock loss treatment is? Anyone heard of that? Chuck just raised his hand. Okay, I'm glad that my advisor knows what it is. Basically, businesses start up and businesses can fail, right? And generally, we're limited to a $3,000 loss. What this does is we are able to take the money we invested in the corporation and write off whatever we put in there, whatever we lost in a bad investment income. Okay, there's a limitation for individuals and married couple, but I'll show you that in just a second. Yes.
So, if I have a C corp filing a separate tax return.
Not in Wyoming, but what it will do is it'll file its own return with the IRS. Yes. Now, in some states, if there's a yes, then it would file a return there too.
If I own an LLC, my property inside an LLC, the state and that state tax.
Yes.
File the state return of that state, and then my federal.
Yeah, but it's really easy because all the numbers that you're putting down, they just transfer over to that state return. Yeah, not difficult at all. Yeah, they're gonna. Yeah, in some states that have a state income tax, then you would go ahead and file that return.
I thought you said sort of like this part of entities when you have property in the LLC, in the state where you bought property.
Disregarded, yeah, but you would still, if you're doing business in that state, you would still file a return in that state showing the rental loss or the rental income, and generally you'll get an offset for it too.
But are you still filing federal?
Not federal because it's a disregarded company. Correct. Really quickly, Why we use an S corporation? I just want to make sure that, you know, in some cases we look at your totality of your situation. S corporations are great. How it evolved was we had a lot of independent contractors coming around, and let's say they made $100,000. I'll get you guys some lunch in just a minute here. That $100,000, if it goes to an individual, that's your tax rate plus 15.3%. Okay? Accountants and attorneys got together, and what they said was, well, that's really lame. I mean, we're going to have to pay all this self-employment tax, and that's what it was because it was a sole proprietorship. Why don't we go ahead and have that $100,000 written out to an S corp? Okay? With that S corporation, we'll just take it as a passive distribution, basically for owning the business entity, right? And since it's passive, it's just your tax rate. IRS didn't like that. They were losing out on the extra money. So they put it into a rule. You can still have it come to a S corp. However, you have to pay a reasonable salary. The word reasonable is all throughout the tax code. Okay? And I hate it because it's like, what is reasonable? My definition of reasonable is reasonable. Your guys' definition, I'm looking around, not so reasonable, right? And plus, what does this tell us to do? It's like if I got to pay an extra 15, so this is tax rate plus 15.3%, what do I got to do? Like, it would benefit me to go ahead and pay me $1 here and bring the rest out over here, right? Because the passive is just your tax rate, right? So people were doing that. They put the reasonable in there. Generally, I look at maybe salary.com. Again, belt and suspenders. Some people say do 60-40, 40-50, or 50-50, what have you. I like it where if I get questioned, here's how I came to that, analysis. And here's the analysis. It's really hard, and if you have enough backing to everything, it's really hard for someone to argue with it. IRS isn't going to spend time. Do you have a question?
So the S corp or C corp, are you going to set that up in the state where you're doing business, or are you going to follow one business?
Finally, I get to use the best attorney term. It depends. Attorneys love saying that, right? It depends. Did you really? Yeah, so here, the general rule would be, where you're doing active business, that's where you'd want to form that entity. Now, I say it's a general rule, again, touching and concerning citizens of a particular state. Now, with a corporation, if we're really not doing business in that state, then we'll go ahead and maybe form it in Wyoming. Yeah.
So can you still maintain the anonymity? Well, in registration, though, I think it's something the annual report can make you put some type of owner.
Correct. Yeah.
I've done pretty much everything in Wyoming.
Yeah. Again, I hate saying this now, but it can depend. Now, here's the other thing. Thinking outside the box. There are entities that I have that my name is on. I want it on there. Because I want to go in and be able to do business, sign contracts. Again, a little outside the box, but sometimes they need to verify that I'm actually associated with the business. And I'm lazy when it comes to like trying to educate another professional. It just drives me crazy. It's like, this is why we're doing it. Here's my resolution showing that I have authority to sign, and it just takes more time. And that business doesn't have any assets to it, or not any substantive assets that I can't spend out really quickly and make the entity worthless. Does that make sense? Sometimes you just want your name there so you can go ahead and sign contracts. People verify it. So there are situations that you will be on those entities. Yeah. All right. That's why I use it. Here's the 1244. Basically, we can loss up to $50,000 per person. Now, here's the deal, guys. you guys get me yelled at by your friends and family. Because what happens is you hear about these things, your friends and family, they go to legal doom, and they set up LLCs and corporations. Sorry, legal zoom, Freudian slip. I used to really like LegalZoom because I thought it was bringing, I hate attorneys. They charge way too much. And I thought, oh, this is for lay people. They can use it as a service and get some. And then I started seeing how many problems and detrimental situations that the people who are using it with these canned documents. So they would go to those services, set up an LLC, or they would just go ahead and file it with the Secretary of State and not get an operating agreement or bylaws. And what would happen is they would get audited and they didn't have the proper documentation. This is not a God-given right to corporations through the statute, okay? This actually is written and it uses the word shareholders. Now, why that's important is LLCs don't have shareholders. They have members, right? And so here where they do an LLC, they would try to push through a 1244 because their business went out of business and the IRS wouldn't allow it. And then they were like, well, were you lying to me or my friend? There's so many things that we have to have resolutions and authorizations. I'm going to be talking about a Section 105B plan, a medical care reimbursement plan. That has to be drafted and adopted by the corporation. It's not a God-given right to them.
Is this my stereo?
No.
Oh, hey, you got it. Hey, what
That's awesome. Yeah.
I know my doctor.
That's awesome. Yeah. So I put the word corn up here because I'm not a mind person with mind tricks and stuff, but I'm trying to plant inside your head certain things. And I want you guys to remember this because the biggest power that we have is these tax deductions. And I wish you guys had more appreciation for the ability to write stuff off. Corn is basically, Aaron, how much time do I got? Do I got plenty of time?
Yeah, you're good till 1, bro. You got an hour. Did you tell them about lunches so they can just start grabbing?
Well, I can't because I'm speaking, so they can't either. No, I'm just kidding. I'll give you guys a couple minute break in just a second. You guys get so much. Let me get to some of this stuff though. One of the things I do when I do presentations, I want to expose you to all these topics, and so I put a lot of stuff in it so that maybe you'll hear it again, but you're exposed to it. Corn is how I do expenses. Now, it came out when I was sitting with an accountant, and they were telling me, and this is why sorry if there's accountants in here, but they don't do the proper planning and the future planning. And I was complaining about an accountant I fired because this one accountant basically told me I could have written off something last year, and it was their job to write it off, right? Their expenses. And so I fired them, but I was also teaching my new accountant how I wanted to be treated. That if you're taking care of that area of my life, you do it. You don't tell me next year that I could have done something last year when it was your job to do it last year. So my new accountant wrote this down in a column. I put a Y at the end of it. We had a laugh, right? But this is how I remember expenses. Customary, ordinary, reasonable. I love it. Some people have already programmed. I like it. And then necessary. Well, here's your checklist. When you're in a grocery store, when you're in a store, when you're buying something, is it customary, ordinary, reasonable, and necessary in the line of business that you're in? If it is, use your business card. Yeah. When you're buying something on Amazon, go through this gatekeeping mechanism. But start right enough. Education, I told you. Those without corporations, you can't pay for it. It's not a write-off for an individual. For your corporation, guess what? It is, right? So we're just changing the mental paradigm that we're in. The other cool thing, you got who's seen this picture before? Yeah. That's my son. What do you think two attorneys were going to have, right? I mean, a shark. And that's my wife. She's actually taking the bar on Tuesday and Wednesday in Utah. An all-around awesome individual. But that was a trip that I took. Was that a vacation? No. Part of it. But guess what? It was a business trip. Okay? Well, here's the thing. You guys could go look at property. What I did was I decided to buddy up with Paul Xavier out there, who's the president of the Hawaii Real Estate Investors Association. It was hilarious. I'm golfing, and I had this idea that, hey, I mean, Hawaii is my zen place. Me and my wife, we go there. We just went there in November. We try to go as much as possible because we just both relax. But then we were paying for it personally. And I thought, I teach all these tax concepts. How come I'm paying for it personally? So I'm on a golf course with some really crappy golfers, and I had a lot of time in the cart waiting for them to chase their balls around. And all of a sudden I realized, if I go start speaking and build a clientele in Hawaii, guess what? Business trip. So I developed a whole clientele out there. And so I would go out. That was one of my client/friends, Doc. He told me that we could catch sharks off his dock. And, I thought that'd be a fun idea until we actually hooked one. And then I was really worried. But then he had friends who did that all the time. They got the hook out. We got a picture with it. We were putting it back in the water, and both of us fell in. The shark came around and grabbed on the guy's arm. We got it off, got back on the dock. And all the people around, well, you caught it. How come it didn't bite you? And I said, professional courtesy. I think I hooked a few of you guys on that too, huh? I'm here all day. You guys are awesome. Here's the deal. You know what? Really quick. Okay. How can you guys aren't going to be going teaching events? You don't have clients out in Hawaii. I'm not saying everyone would want to do this, but let's start thinking. How would we all go to Hawaii? How? Business meeting might be a little crazy. Oh, you can come to our executive retreat. You know how? What do you say, Aaron? Ninja?
Ninja.
You know how ninja this is? I know it's kind of lame, but don't tell me. I'm just kidding. I feel goofy saying that. But how about this? Our executive retreat. Aaron, come out to it. You know what we do? We do it on a Thursday, 8 until 1 or noon, right? And I'm sure you have to figure out what you're going to do the rest of the day. Or you could come on all the excursions that we go on, right? Buses, we went to the Molokai crater last time. The other thing, so it's Friday, 8 until noon or 1. And then, I'm sorry, you have to figure out what you're going to do in Hawaii. Saturday and Sunday, non-working days, but you could come out with the excursions that we put on. Monday and Tuesday, 8 until 1, right? Business trip, because the class is out there. Run it to your corporation, okay? You can do that for classes. Or how about you guys are all, most of you guys are real estate investors. What about if you decide that since Hawaii has a limited supply of land, I know the volcanoes are building a few feet a year, but it's limited supply, okay? Why not go ahead and look at property? I would go ahead and belt and suspenders this one. Do parameters, have a director's meeting, open up dialogue with real estate agents, and when you get out there, go and look at properties and put offers on the properties. Sound good to me? Belt and suspenders. Now put offers and be serious about it. I had this client named Rod. He used to brag. I go there and I don't, I put offers like this offer has to be approved by my ex-wife, kind of bragging about cheating the tax code. Wasn't interested in closing on properties. I'm, I don't know, a year or two later after he was bragging about this, maybe even less than that, he calls me up and he says, Michael, are you in the market for a Hawaii property? And I said, what do you mean? He goes, those offers I threw away, threw around, one of them got accepted. And I'm like, nope. Do you have any clients that might be interested in it? Nope. I was like, finally, he's getting his just reward for cheating. I don't like cheaters, right? Anyway, he called me up a few days later. He's like, hey, don't worry about that property. I sold it and made a profit on it. I was like, oh man, I thought you were going to be taught a lesson. A little shot of Freud in that. Meals when you're on the road, 50% deductible. Travel, medical care expenses. Guys, I get thank you notes all the time about this. It's called a Section 105B plan. Again, this isn't a God's given right to a corporation. Okay, you have to have actually a plan adopted by the corporation. But look, yeah, like Aaron's calf implants. You didn't see his calves? He skipped leg day. He didn't want to do them, so not enhancement surgery, reconstructive surgery. But this is, the last one was an appendix burst for one of my clients out of network. It's very expensive. Guess what? The corporation is a business expense. Now it's a medical plan, medical care reimbursement, so you pay for it personally, and the corporation reimburses you, okay? But where's the money coming from? The corporation pre-tax dollars. Does it make sense to everybody? Again, you have to have this plan drafted and adopted.
On travel expenses, is like meals is 50% if you're doing it on a first level.
Meals are unless you're catering it, like if Aaron caters this, then it's 100%.
Travel none of your business, your corporation.
It's still 50%. Yeah, because you have to eat anyway. How many people have heard of the Section 280A? Yeah.
So if you're in a seat, so wonder
Huh?
so anything now goes to medical plan,
Yep.
premiums, she can get that back. You get that through
Going forward after you adopt the plan.
24.
Yes. Correct.
24.
Yeah. Yeah. Why do you think I get these things? Last month I had an individual who said it changed my life. Her husband got burned 1 year and had another catastrophic event the next year. And she said, corporation had money. We didn't have it personally. And plus, again, pre-tax dollars versus after-tax dollars. I mean, I think, it's like, generally, hey, I was healthy. That Section 105B plan didn't really make a difference to me until this happened. Thank you. Pretty cool. What we would do is do an actual drafting of a plan for you, and then we would have it adopted, and you'd sign it and have it adopted. Yes, we want to outline it, especially lately. Let me... Question. It's a reimbursement. So basically, you're paying for it personally, and then the corporation would reimburse you for it. Okay. You have an HSA, it's a different plan. Oh, then yeah, then I'm missing an element. Correct. For your deductibles, not your deductibles, for your premiums. Yes, your premiums can come out that way, but your deductibles, this is going to be a reimbursement. Yeah, yep. And Ian's awesome, is he not? He's brilliant. He was a valedictorian. All right, moving right along because I know I want to get to trusts. This is a 14-day rule. Everyone know what the 14-day rule is? Pretty cool. Rent your personal residence, 14 days non-taxable income to you. Now, here's the thing. People do that, big deal. But you guys with corporations, how about have your corporation rent your personal residence? That money comes out to you, gets it out of the corporation, non-taxable income to you, and expense to the business. Make sense? Okay? There's little parameters. I get about 3 quotes. I have them emailed to me. Okay? We've lost it twice with clients because they were handwrote notes. Okay? get them, I like proof, okay? And, I mean, 14 days out of the year to the individual. Non-taxable income to you, expense to the business. Great escape valve for some of that money.
Is it non-taxable income to you as a non-W-2 holder, or what if you have a W-2?
No, it basically the corporation writes you a check.
And you don't have to report that as
Non-reportable income to you. Yeah.
what if you have multiple secrets?
Yeah. It's an individual rule, not a corporate rule. I get that. You're adorable. Yeah. If you go over 14 days, now all of a sudden you've blown it and you start getting taxed on it. Let me get really quickly through. We covered this because I do want to talk about trusts. No, you own your personal residence, or you have a personal residence. You can be renting it, okay? And you're renting that. It's got to be at whatever the reasonable rates are. Call the hotels, get them fax. Never mind, no, not fax. Email the quotes to you, right? And then we have a whole packet in the Platinum site too, by the way. Okay. Living trust. I'm going to cut through this because I did touch on a lot of it. But guys, think of a trust as a suitcase. While you're alive, you go ahead and you take all of your assets and you put in the suitcase. You're carrying around that suitcase with all of your stuff. You're able to use it. When you pass, you hand it off to your, what we call a successor trustee, and they look at the rules of the trust, and distributions would come out here. You do this, hey, pay for this. We always, why that trust is involved, we put a Hemet standard in, health, education, maintenance, and support, so we can take care of our kids and take care of the heirs that we leave the money to. We put a lot of checks and balances and escape valves in it. Now, right as soon as you sign it, it becomes up and running. Now, there's some things that I look at from a standpoint of, I guess financial, but then also from family. I would say the way that I look at it is probably 95% family, 5% financial with a trust. Okay, it's basically for your individual heirs and to keep families out of getting into fights. Thing I also like is that it avoids probate. When I say it avoids probate, that means it avoids attorneys. Because you want to really mess up a family, get an attorney, a bunch of attorneys involved, and all of a sudden the attorneys start planting in the family members things that they should do or they're entitled to just to get a better fee. And it basic.
For living trust, like when you it's like let's get a robber account, they don't have
Yes, and because we don't trust you guys half the time, we have a backup that's going to put it into the trust too. And I'm only halfway kidding that we don't trust you. Life gets busy, guys. It gets busy. You have the intent to get these assets transferred over into it. The only problem is you get busy. Okay? So anyway, it's just expeditious. You don't have to wait. I'm going to cover that in just a second. It's called a pour over will. Basically, since you don't have the court system involved, which is about 12 to 18 months for probate, it just, right as soon as the person dies, the successor trustee, I didn't take a break. You guys need like 5 minutes to go grab all right, 5 minutes and we'll come back, but I'm going to get through this. let's keep going through this. This is, hey, here we go again. Guess what? This is the information you guys are dying to hear about.
Yeah.
Ah, took you a little time, huh? Who was I with? I think it was I was with Toby. He came up, we went up skiing, and we're past the cemetery, and I'm like, that's a dead center of Sandy. He's like, really? You idiot. Yeah, so, I'm like, people are dying to get in there. No, Brian Bowman's a great guy. I love him. No, he's not related to me. But I think he might try to use that when it's convenient to him. No, I'm kidding. He's not like that. All right, let's get into this because we covered a lot of it. I just want to make sure, again, do not need an attorney, number one. Family disputes. Guys, I'm so sick of seeing, and it's really offensive to me because I didn't inherit stuff. I built my own wealth. And when people are given something and then they want more and they didn't earn it, it just really rubs me the wrong way. But then I think about grieving and greed. When someone passes away, it's like that hole. People are trying to fill it with things. And so, I generally will talk about why wills are bad. Just know wills will put you through to probate. And so we don't use wills anymore. The only reason, I used to pass by this billboard and it said wills $99. It was in Vegas, right? $99. And I'm thinking to myself, I won't even get it out of bed for $99. And it's Vegas. I won't even get into bed for $99 either. So no, I'm kidding. Oh, you like that joke, but not my last one, huh? Now it's about negotiation, right? Here's the deal. Wondering about why an attorney would do anything for $99, that doesn't pay for the time. All it is a lost leader, because on that will, it's going to say law offices of whatever attorney right there, right? And then when the person dies, the family is going to think there was some sort of relationship, and they're going to use that attorney for the probate. You get it? And the probate's where the money's made. Okay? Trusts are the only way to go, especially you guys who are investors now. If you start getting properties in multiple states and you don't have a trust, guess what your family has to do? Open probates in each of those states. If you're not going to get a trust, you might as well get a will with a Winnebago clause, meaning that the will pays for the estate pays for a Winnebago for them to go state to state to state. You think one attorney is expensive. Imagine a bunch of attorneys from these different states all billing the estate, okay? Guys, these are the reasons from an abstract standpoint. I already told you can, plan for your beneficiaries. You can individually plan for them. I have a feeling, and don't tell her this, but I have a feeling that my daughter is going to be a pistol. I can just see it. She's only 6 months old. And I can already see, I'm just like, oh, hell. I know she is going to throw me for so many loops. I hope she doesn't, but I might have to put some planning and restrictions on her that I don't have to do for my son Michael. Okay? But I can love him the same, but treat him differently and also protect them differently. If you have children with special needs, we need to go ahead and alter your trust so that we don't disqualify them from governmental benefits. Okay? I've seen a lot of plans mess that up. And really protecting the beneficiaries from themselves is another big one. When I talk about the trust, I went over my distribution schedules with you first. Again, my kids at 25, 10%. 30, 10%. 40, or 35, I'm sorry. 40%. 40, all. The remainder comes out. Now that's how it's set up now, because I've drafted thousands of estate plans, and this seems to have worked really well for a lot. And right now, again, I got a 6-month-old and a 4-year-old. Right now, this is fine, but it's a revocable trust, and so I can go ahead and change this at any time I need to change it. Does that make sense to everybody? So I can go ahead and change this as life goes on. I told you prenup here, if they get divorced and they've commingled. Now you guys can educate your kids and say, hey, any inheritance you have, you keep in a separate account. You can lie to them even, I don't care. Lie to them and say there's bad tax ramifications if you commingle it, okay? It's totally not true, but I don't care. I respect you guys' hard work and sacrifice, that I don't want them to have to split it with a future ex-spouse, okay? This is one. The other one is 10% for 10 years. So each year, 10% comes out. That's been another popular one. A funny one was no distributions until the age of 70. I thought my client was kidding. They're like, I'm dead serious. Dead serious. They did not want their kids, because they didn't feel like they were financially responsible. And so 70 I'm like, all you're going to do is they're not going to enjoy it. I don't want them to enjoy it. Some of my clients, you look and you see, what they say, basically is, hey, my kids? Immediately. All of it come out. Perfect. That's fine. Okay? If you've taught your kids financial stewardship, but there's so many ways we can design this trust. Like I mentioned, if there's a health problem, education, maybe we'll see you. Health problem, education, we call it a Hemet standard. Okay? The trust will pay for these things. For medical, education. And so we have these escape valves. We're not locked in. The big thing is it's a revocable trust. We can change it. I know I'm going to have to change my trust as my children grow and as I start understanding who they are. I hope to hell that I can just say, hey, you know what? I trust you guys enough that, right as soon as, your mother and I pass, you get the money. Okay? Might take me a little convincing, but so many things we can do. Now, a lot of attorneys will set up a living trust, and that's what it is. It's not what we want to do. We want an estate plan. And so if we just did a trust, there's so many things that a trust doesn't always cover when we're talking about planning. The big one that I like is something that I've seen more people fight over, and it just kills me. It's the knickknacks. Okay? Seems like people like the knickknacks and the more than, I see that causing the most fights. It actually, in my own family, I hope none of them are on right now on live stream, but even in my family, my grandmother passed away, and I couldn't get to her. I was out of town and out of state. I couldn't get down to her house for some time. By the time I got down there, her home looked like it had been burglarized. I kid you not. I'm looking through it. Things are knocked over. I mean, in total disrespect. Things are knocked over. And I'm looking for something about sentimental value. There wasn't anything at all. Now, she had done some planning. She had written people's names on the bottom with masking tape. But those were all gone. Totally disrespect. It was almost like that hole, that grieving and greed, they left a pit that people were trying to fill with these material things. I've seen sisters for 30 years, they were best of friends. I've seen those relationships totally destroyed. I mean, it's sad. Because at a time where the family should be getting together, they're pulling apart, right? The schedule of gifts is for heirlooms. It's going to be for knickknacks, things like that, things that have a lot of sentimental value. My father and I used to collect, some of you guys have heard this. My father and I, we used to collect stamps every Sunday. He had a very comprehensive stamp collection. And when I was a kid, we would go down and he'd do 25% or 30% off of Scott's catalog value. I'd have to look up the stamp and calculate what, the percentage off of the value was, and then we'd do negotiation. I was a little geek when I was a kid, but here's the deal, right? That was time I spent with my father. My brothers, they never collected stamps, but I'm sure they're going to want the stamp collection. Why do they want it?
Value.
Yeah, financial value. Why do I want it? Sentimental value and the value. I'll just be blunt. No, I'm just kidding. No, that was time my father and I spent together, and it's really some good memories. So you guys, it's called a schedule of gifts. You're going to go ahead and list the asset to whom it's going to go to, date, and sign. Okay? Pour over will. I call this the catch-all. Like I was talking about, we don't trust you. Life gets busy. You forget to go ahead and title an asset in the name of the trust. Guess what? This pour over will catches that asset and puts it into the trust. And then you'll have to go through a long version of probate. Okay, it's a catch-all. It's a backup plan for you guys. All of these are part of the trust that we put together. Yeah, we call it a trust. It's an estate plan. We can't get away from these documents or piecemeal it. If you guys have kids underneath the age of 18, or if you have kids who have kids under the age of 18, this is something I want you to communicate. Make sure they have guardianship provisions in place. Do not let the state decide or the family fight over them. Sometimes they don't want it. They don't want to take care of kids, and they're fighting who doesn't have to take care of the kids. But I see families fighting and pulling, all the children apart. Worst story, and I am going to mention this tomorrow in one of my things I'm talking about. 2 girls, 7 and 9. Single mother passed away. The state came in and looked and said, hey, wait, Aunt Mary is just in the same school district. Best interest of the child, less disruption, right? They didn't know that Aunt Mary had a severe meth problem. And those 2 girls, 7 and 9, saw things they should never have seen. And they needed counseling for an extensive period of time. You guys choose who you want to take care of the kids. And again, maybe not you guys who have kids that are older, but communicate these principles to your children and your family. Okay? And then your financial power of attorney, your medical care power of attorney. Financial is if you become incapacitated, someone's able to sign on your behalf. Medical, that's a person who's going to be able to make those medical care decisions. Same thing with my family. I had my uncle, my brother, and my mom all arguing over the level of care that my grandma was to receive. One saying pull the plug, one saying not pull the plug. All these things, and they're fighting over it. And because she didn't have these documents in place. Now, don't look at me. She didn't want to pay me enough to draft her estate plan. No, I'm totally kidding. No. I feel bad. Sorry, Grandma. No, the thing is I was assured that she had all the proper documents in place, guys. She didn't. No, she didn't have them in place. And my uncle's a darn judge. like he was an attorney. And I was assured that everything was in place. It wasn't. And so now we've got people fighting over this stuff. Okay?
Where are these documents? Are they officially registered somewhere?
We're going to keep an electronic copy for you in your box account. Okay? But you have the original. Don't let any attorney keep the original. You get that original, right? Some people put it in the freezer. And, do you guys know why? Last place it burns. I always think, well, maybe it's also so if they go for some more ice cream or something, they see their estate plan, they're like, oh, shit, maybe I shouldn't get the ice cream, or this plan's going to come into place. Mine's in my office shelf. What's that? Why? Last place you're going to be? You went to the same Joe school as I did, huh? Yeah. The other thing is the living will, guys. This is, do you want to be kept pain-free, artificial hydration, nourishment, things like that? You know, what are you doing here? You're putting all this stuff in place so that we don't have to worry about it, and your kids don't have to worry about it. I tell you what, my client Ed, yesterday, I gave you guys some things yesterday that I used to get a call, and you guys, some of you guys in here will do it too, to me and my advisors. You guys will call up and ask us the same damn question you asked us last month or the month before. It's all right. That's why we don't charge you by the hour. It's $35 a month for platinum. You can do that, okay? Ed took that to the max. He wanted to maximize that $35 an hour questionability. He used to call up, and he was adorable. He'd call up, and sometimes what we would do is we would, I'd answer the question, and then we just talk about life. And he mentioned to me after, I don't know, 8 months, 9 months of this, he said, Michael, thank you for being there for me. And I said, well, yeah, I've enjoyed our conversations about things. And he said, I have pancreatic cancer. And you've always been a person who's, he must have liked my jokes, right? But I've always, you know, a great listening ear and a great life conversations. And we had a few more conversations, and then all of a sudden, he didn't call anymore. And you know, when you're busy, I didn't even really realize that call didn't come in that week. Then all of a sudden, I'm in my office, and back and forth as one of the receptionists was walking by, and they're like, and I was already on the phone with a client, and my clients are great. I say, hey, I got something really going on. Can I just give you a call back? Absolutely. Well, long story short, on the phone was his son, Michael, and Michael said that his father had passed, and he was freaking out because he didn't have the money to bury his father. Everyone's looking at him to take care of everything. And he heard about probate from 12 to 18 months, and he didn't know what he was going to do. All I said was, hey, with the certificate of trust and the death certificate, you can access everything. And there's money in the trust. But more importantly, grieve the death of your father and be there for your family. And it was absolutely a person who was crying in the beginning. They were still upset, but it was a calming that he didn't have to go through all the stuff that he thought he would. Assets weren't going to be frozen because that trust lives on. Speaking of that, the memorial instructions is something else you need to take a look at. You know, I would actually plan out everything, okay? Take as much pressure off your family. List who you want to attend, you know, if you want a service or not a service. You know, I've drafted plans where the family's used, you know, X amount of dollars is used for a party to celebrate life. Funny one was, his name is Marco. He's actually a friend, and I did his plan. He wanted his ashes spread in the Pacific Ocean. So I put, my ashes will be spread in the Pacific Ocean. He reads it like, no, I need to have it by the back of a boat. From the back of a boat, they need to be spread. I go, listen, really? He said, yeah, you don't know my family. They're just going to go to a hotel in San Diego, gather around the toilet, put me in the toilet, and hit flush. And I was like, you're kidding. He's like, no, actually, I really need you to put it in that. But, you know, it's kind of fun. You know, just list out who you want to attend. But these are memorial instructions. This is, you know, again, I've already bought my plots. You know, yeah, I invest in real estate. Now I'm investing in real estate in a cemetery. I feel weird about that. But, you know, try to take all that stuff off of your family. It's a really tough time for them. By planning it out, you're just saving them heartache, headaches, trouble, and everything else like that. And so, it's anything. Well, it's really again around the entities, the use of the entities. My attorneys have really big hearts, and so that they will give you, you know, they'll answer pretty much anything for you. If it's about your aunt's divorce, no. Yeah. Yeah, like when it comes to that, but it's, you know, what we want to do is, Platinum came about because we, you know, from me billing by the hour, normally it'd be about $750 to $1,000 an hour. Platinum came about from my litigation days. What I'd find is my clients wouldn't call because they didn't want to get that bill. So they'd phone a friend, Google it, what have you, go down the wrong way, and then clean it up. We'd have to clean it up. It was an impediment to communication. So what we did was we did an analysis. You know, if everyone pitches in $35 a month, you know, you're not going to be using it every month. You might not, you know, and it just works out. But it also helps us to get the questions answered. We are also revamping the system, so the wait times to get an answer isn't going to be as long. It's really tough to be an attorney and deal with IT people. Sorry, the IT people in here, but there's been some real problems trying to get that implemented. But we want it to work where, hey, you can get right in. We are going to have it staffed from business hours, you know, and so you'll be able to call in, hit whatever number it's going to, and you'll be directed to an attorney that's on call to answer the questions. You know, we do have these pods. Each of you as clients, you guys have pods where you have your assigned legal coordinator who coordinates things, and then a paralegal and also an attorney and your structure. You know, that's just part of what we put together. So you get to know and you don't get bounced around. Now, at times people get sick and you do get maybe other people coming into it. But it's a living trust just to show you guys your long-term, your short-term, personal residence, everything's going to be owned by the living trust. Like I said, life insurance, QRP, since it has a designated beneficiary, you know, I told you spouse first, and then if you have younger kids, make the living trust as a second and all. Oh, these are those slides. Let's see. 2,500. These are the bonuses you guys get. These just came, I had these from another event, and then I'm going to be doing this tomorrow, so I thought I'll offer you the same specials. What you guys, if you do a living trust or a QRP, you get also the tax toolbox. Tax toolbox, I think it's 21 videos on advanced tax strategies. Access to our funding community, I mentioned that yesterday. And then the virtual bookkeeping for a year. I think it's $85 a month or $997. So these are like the bonuses for being at an event. And then,
That comes with the trust.
yes, yes, yep. Unless you want to pay extra for them, you can. You sure? Virtual bookkeeping is we set up your chart of accounts, and you keep it online. Here, let me get to. I think I have a slide in here somewhere. There it is. So basically, you keeping track of all your business expenses, loaded to QuickBooks, and then quarterly financials will be provided to you out of it too. Good figure on your financial pulse. A bookkeeper will call up to set it up and make sure that you guys, you know, get your chart of accounts. You know, I know it's going to be overwhelming when you get a corporation, but just getting organized with expenses saves you money because you don't forget about those expenses. There's been years in the past where all of a sudden I remembered an expense that I didn't take, but it wasn't enough to go ahead and amend the return. Just keeps you guys on track. There was something else. Tax Toolbox, there's 21 videos and we're currently adding on to it on different tax strategies and things to implement in there. The other, generally I have Chuck talk about this, but let me get to, the other thing is that I'm really actually proud of is, since it's tax time, that I thought I'd put in here is our Anderson Tax Advantage program. Basically, the cool thing about this is that the cost of $29.95, you actually get $3,000 of tax preparation services. Okay? So, and then all the bonuses. Initial tax consult with one of the professional tax advisors. This is a strategy session. They're going to take a look at your return. What you guys should be doing also you guys really should be doing if you guys are clients, I don't know if you guys have done it or not, but get your 2-year tax review, especially if we didn't do your taxes. We are finding about an 85% error rate by other people. Now, again, is it enough to go ahead and do an amended return? No, that's not the 85%, but finding 85% of the errors is kind of scary. One of them was about $60,000 in missed that their accountant had missed. And then you get to go tax-wise. This is another big thing. Quarterly tax planning, our live stream, where we go in and we talk about tax planning every single quarter. I believe Toby does that one, and then my professional director, Tony Covey, and one of my tax attorneys, Amanda Wynalda, is going to be doing that. And then you also go to the TaxWise workshop. The last kind of cool thing is that if we do your returns, we will we will protect you in an audit. Okay. If we did not do your returns, we will not represent you in an audit. Okay. But those are the things. Yeah, you get $3,000 of credit to be used against tax preparation. So, I mean, that's a pretty cool thing that we put together. I wanted to,
Does the audit protection cover these things as well, this person?
as long as we did the return. Yeah. So here's your guys' bonus. I kept this from the last one. Most of you guys got the business essentials to be in here. To upgrade to titanium, $8,500. Plus, you get a corporation in there, tax toolbox, virtual bookkeeping, and the funding community. If you want that tax and bookkeeping bundle, $21,995, or you can do your living trust, $2,500. You get a QRP. It's just something you guys want to take advantage of. You can just talk to Chuck, and he can get you squared away with it. You know what? I don't think you need to use these. He's going to love me. Here's his email. Here's his phone. Here's his cell phone. I'm just kidding. I'm not giving you his cell phone. Actually, with you guys, I think you guys wouldn't abuse it, but he may give you his cell phone. He's a heck of a guy. But yeah, that's his email. We can go and get you squared away. Correct. If you upgrade to titanium, I can put that in. Oh, you know what? I forgot this. With titanium, for you guys, some of you guys are needing land trust. I'll give you a land trust included in that. Doesn't include the living trust, no. So, with land trust, we didn't talk about them, but in some states, we really need to use them because you get a transfer tax whenever you move a property, or people with mortgages at times. We need to go ahead and get you with a land trust so that the bank doesn't have the chance to call the note due. Because in most of the mortgages, there's a due on sale clause. If you transfer the property, the bank has the right, not the obligation, but the right to call the note due. Now, here's the deal. I've never seen it happen in the last, I don't know, X amount of months or years, but there's always that possibility. But with the different transfer taxes, that's where I worry about. There's also a way that we can increase the privacy with it. But then, and the other cool thing is with the land trust, let's say I want to move the property, all I do is change the beneficial interest. So with its titanium upgrade, I am going to include a land trust. I mean, hell, I'll put it in with all three of them. You guys got me in a really good mood. And actually, Aaron, you were right. They're part of our tribe. I mean, yeah. Remember that other group? No, I'm kidding. Cool. All right. And again, if you guys have questions on this stuff, email Chuck. Or we're going to be here probably for another hour. But I'm going to use the restroom, so don't follow me in there. What's that? Chuck's out of Arizona. Yeah. Here's another thing. You're going to start finding, we have 350 employees. Okay? You're going to start finding that you're talking to people in Florida, New York. I mean, we are expanding. We are going to actually open an office in Texas and also in Florida. And I think Toby might be trying to open an office in Hawaii.
You're not going to take that one off?
No,
I'm trying to get him up to Idaho. He's like he has 1 foot there already.
it is. Here's the thing. My quality of life. I moved from Vegas, and it was some of you guys already told you the story, but in Vegas, the people. If you have any sort of inclination to vices, which I did, and I made it 15 years. I'm just not a quitter. But the people, I'm looking for service, and I'm looking for commitment, and it's really tough to get that. And Salt Lake, the people, again, like I said, the TSA agents were nice. I'm like, that's a qualification, But we are, with the pandemic, what it made us realize is we can attract talent from anywhere. And now, so we have people all over this country working for us. It's fantastic. We are, bringing in trainers. It's a little bit, I love people, so it's tough for me I used to always be in the offices. But I feel like we'll probably go from Draper, Utah, which I love, but then get up to Idaho and the Swan Valley?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just, Jimmy Kimmel has a fly fishing ranch that I went to last October, and I fell in love with the Swan Valley, Henry's Fork.
But now I've been in his ear about Butte and Anaconda up in Montana. So
Yeah.
I've been sending him. I found there's a lake up there that it's the only place that I know in Utah or Idaho that you can live on the lake 10 minutes from the ski resort and another 10 minutes from the Jack Nicklaus golf course. So it's the holy grail.
So where
It's heaven.
in Texas are you going to open up an office?
Austin. Yeah.
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 Where's the Florida office?
Florida office is going to be over that Cape Coral area. And but the other thing is again, to fulfill on our promises, we need to increase our size. So you'll be surprised. We may have a office near you, and if you want it in person, our staff is authorized to go ahead and use Regis offices and things like that. It hasn't been that much of a demand for the pandemic. but yeah.
We got them covered in KC, Charlotte, Indy, and Dallas.
Yeah.
They're already good there. Yep.
If you wanted to have you guys do the taxes every year, would you have to do the bundle or
When we do the bundle, you would just add on whatever tax, like in $1,000 increments. We do use a gatekeeper with the tax department. There are certain taxes that we don't want to touch, and we will not do certain things that some people want us to do. We're not risking our licenses. Okay? And I don't want 3 hots in a cot. I heard the eggs are horrible in the morning. Okay, so we do have gatekeeping mechanisms to pick and choose the clients that we want to go to take home for that service in particular. Yeah. But you guys were fantastic. Yeah, I appreciate everyone in here.
Good job, Michael.
Yeah. You have tax-wise.
Well, it's part of that.
Tax-wise is an event.
They gave away one of the bonuses this week.
Dude, it's a. Hey, what does this say? What is that? What is that called? A bonus.
He wants another bonus. I'll give you Michael's cell phone. That's a good bonus.
Okay, I'll take the land.
I'll let you have a login to the potty cam.
I already have bonuses 1 and 2. Can I exchange 2?
Yeah. This group used to.
Michael's like,
One person has to ruin it forever.
when I met Michael, it used to be suits, right? He's got like all these $3,500, $5,000 suits. Now it's jeans, no tie. He'll be wearing a Teddy Fresh pink T-shirt in 6 months. Yeah, joggers.
That's why I wore it
You'll see.
on Friday. All right, I'm an attorney. You want to see me in a suit? After you already see me, and you're always seeing me on live or on Zoom. You
See what?
see me again.
It looks like you put it up.
I probably did. Horrible. Probably.
Got a little stain though.
I just put clothes on, dude. I don't have outfits. It's kind of like how I play the piano. It's just haphazard, whatever. I don't care. All right. Okay, a couple things I want to cover because goals to be done by 2-ish. Because what time is your flight? 4:15?
Yeah, around that.
Okay. So Michael's going to bounce out. But a lot of people coming back for advanced trainings, Mike, so you'll see him here in the next couple of months. Mike, cool or not cool to send them your slides?
Oh, you can send it to them.
Is that cool?
But this, okay, I hate doing this. This is like there's a limited time duration. I don't like it today only and stuff like that. But don't come to me in a couple of weeks if I've changed this.
And so,
After the stuff, all right? It's like the Nordstrom stuff. You can say, well, that stuff was better. Yeah, that's one thing I hate saying no to people, but I do get that. Hey, you offered this 6 months ago. You know what? Now, like, well, there's reasons in what I can do for fulfillment. Okay, like the land trust. If I have to do a bunch of these land trusts, then it clogs it all up too. So this isn't what I won't ever offer.
but you are cool if I send slides or no?
Slide, yes.
Okay. So I'm uploading. Yeah. So I'm uploading my Dropbox. So I'll send you my slides when we finish. I'll save and upload my slides, and then I'll send you 2 Dropbox links. Just send me an email, and I'll reply with the 2 links for you. So you'll have all the slides from the weekend. Because as you could probably guess, we probably only hit like 20 of my slides. But I'll save all the chicken scratch slides as well. So, okay, couple things I want to hit real quick before we finish. Kind of just some loose ends that we missed. One thing that I forgot to talk about on Friday is I keep getting asked if we're in a housing bubble like we were in 2008. And I wanted to show you some of the empirical data that refutes the housing bubble like we saw in 2008. Okay, so when you look at median home prices, we're up 93% over the last 11 years. Okay, from like 163,000 to 314,000 as of December. So people are like, is this 2008 all over again? But if you look at vacancy, U.S. vacancy rate, we were actually at a peak back in 2008, the last time we crashed. And that was because we were overbuilt by 4 million homes. And when you're that severely overbuilt and you have all the liar loans, housing is why the economy crashed. Now, when you look back at stock market crashes for 150 years, and then the recovery, real estate was always a big player in the recovery. Homes start getting built like crazy, fuels growth, fuels lending, fuels, 70% of our economy is consumer spending. And that would fall under part of that. So that was a real bubble that we had the last time. The reason that we've seen almost 100% appreciation over the last 11 years, and we've seen it. I was selling homes 50 to 60,000 9 years ago. Now we're selling them for 100 to 120, and we've seen rents go up the same. I was renting a 2-bedroom house 11 years ago here for $500 a month. Now we're at $825, $850. So we've seen rents have actually really kept up well with it. That's why we're still getting the cap rate. Our cap rates have slowly started to drop here. And someone, you know, there's a reason we don't sell Dallas anymore, because I'm not going to sell a 4-cap Dallas rental. Love Dallas, love everything about the economy there, but I don't love it for rentals. Love it for mobile homes, love it for flips, love it for, you know, wholesaling. But, you know, we're always very careful not to offer product in a market that we feel is like overinflated. That's why we left Vegas. That's why we still are in Dallas, but not selling Dallas. That's why we stopped selling Florida. And that's why the other thing that we're looking at is adding the modular piece, because then that would allow us to sustain our timeline in a market potentially by adding that new construction. So I don't want you to worry about there actually being a bubble for real estate. I mean, for the first time ever, I see a scenario where the stock market could crash and real estate remain relatively unaffected. I mean, historically, they always kind of crash together. But think about an area like San Francisco. Could you imagine, think of all the sideline homeowners that are still renters right now, or sideline upgrade wannabe homeowners that would love to get into a better home. What would you guys do, for example, if your home potentially dropped 10 or 15% in value, but then the more expensive homes also drop? You might consider upgrading, right? And think about people who are still renting that might consider entering the marketplace, especially with interest rates at an all-time low. So when there's indicators that I track monthly that would be a warning sign to me. So I've seen new starts on housing permits at an all-time high for the last 15 years. That's a good sign, but again, that's an 18 to 24 month play. So yes, builders are starting to file for permits. So I see a scenario where we could start to fill the deficit of homes that we have, right? But not huge. The other thing that I watch is called the silver tsunami. Has anybody heard that expression? It talks about the fact that our boomers and older own about half of the homes in America, if not more, like 60%. Now, a lot of people are worried that the boomers, because they're so broke, will start selling their homes and deciding just to be renters. Well, as a landlord, I could care less about that. That's a great scenario. If they decide to all move into mobile home parks, good for that. You know, they got to live somewhere. So as long as they don't all buy RVs, which I could still repurpose my parks to RV parks, I can't think of a scenario where that silver tsunami wouldn't create a huge opportunity to be a fisherman, right? So not worried about a silver tsunami. I'm worried about a silver tsunami if I'm a builder, because if I'm a builder and all the seniors decide to start selling their homes, then there may not be as much demand for my houses if I'm, one of the big KB Homes, one of the big national builders. But as an investor who has the ability to change my strategy, I watch it, but I'm not concerned about it. I wouldn't be concerned about housing as an investment strategy or housing as a landlord until I saw Americans actually start buying homes again, because they get their student loans paid down and they fix that somehow, or they stop leasing so many cars and reduce their consumer debt. I mean, Americans are just horrific with their money when you look at their consumer debt. And I really believe that the highest that we will have ever seen home ownership is in 2008, when we made it up to almost 68, 67%, which was right here. Okay? I don't think we're ever going to see this again. Because if you look back at 1900, before Fannie and Freddie started like falsely supporting housing, we were only about 4 in 10 Americans own homes. 65% of the country were renters forever before that. This idea of home ownership as the American dream is relatively a new idea. And this decline in home ownership that's, it really is due to 3 factors. Affordability dropping. Well, I feel good about that as a landlord. The less they can afford, the more they have to keep renting. So I don't care about that. Debt to income ratios. As long as Americans still have lousy debt to income ratios, which is a function of student loan and consumer debt, student loans and credit cards and leases on cars. And new construction being delayed. So I monitor those rigorously, regularly, obsessively, because the writing has always been on the wall. I mean, the writing was on the wall to me when I needed to leave California and reallocate to a different market. And everyone thought I was nuts leaving in 05. But I was just, 24, 36 months early from what I felt like was inevitable. And so I could see us returning over the next 40 or 50 years to being a nation of renters. I could see that. It makes it even more, I would say, urgent that so many of you in this room have the ability to be rent takers and landlords. And it sucks that our country's in this have and have-nots place. It sucks that more Americans aren't financially educated and better with their money. It's sad that we don't realize that by getting $100,000 in student loans and getting a worthless degree in general studies that someone should have told us that was a bad financial decision. Just get that degree. Just get that degree. That messaging is cancerous because not everyone should get a degree. I mean, Tommy has zero desire to go to college. And I got a buddy in Boston who's a millionaire as an electrician. He does commercial jobs. He's got trucks doing residential. And I set it up for Tommy to go do a journeyman apprenticeship with him. I'd love for Tommy to be a master electrician. We don't have enough trades we have this weird messaging that getting an advanced degree at a university is the way to go, and I don't think it is. And so I would love for Tommy to go the master plumber, master electrician route. And I'm not making that stigmatized to him at all. I'm encouraging that. I think that's a fantastic way to educate yourself. Because let's be honest, how many of us realize huge gaps in our education this weekend and are trying to fill that and plug that as adults, right? That's what we're all here trying to do. So why would we then turn around and send this message to our kids that that's the way to do it? I mean, my MBA really was not worth it. It was garbage. My undergraduate degree really was not worth it from a educational standpoint. Now, from a learning to juggle and work and go to school, there's value in it. Just because there's value in something doesn't make me think that it was really worth it. My education was much more complete spending 2 years as a 19 and 20-year-old in Venezuela than it was the 4 years that I spent at BYU after that. And then the 2 years that I spent working, what I learned from an education standpoint doing deals in Southern California dwarfed what I learned in the classroom getting a master's degree in business. And those are the things that I tell my kids. So you should educate yourself, but be careful. An education is much more broad than what people are teaching you. I got into it with Casey's math teacher because I said to her, hey, my understanding was that kids could retake assignments in your class and Casey has a 0 for a test. And she's like, well, actually, here's a screenshot of the email that I sent him reminding him to retake the test twice. And so that's why he has a 0 because that expires. And I was like, oh, good. Okay, thanks for telling me. And then she goes, and Casey's very bright, but if he's going to succeed in college, what he needs to learn this skill of following. And I was like, so then I wrote her back. And I was like, I appreciate your policy. I think it's fair. Thank you for responding. But you know what I don't need? You know what my son doesn't need? Any messaging from you about what he needs in college. Because I don't want my son to learn those lessons from you. I don't want him to emulate your life or your financial education or what you think he needs to know about life. So while I appreciate you sharing that with me, I want you to know that I'm going to tell him that I think your messaging is bullshit and very shallow from that standpoint. So just want you to know that as well. But thank you for responding. He needs to read his emails. He needs to follow up on the assignments, and he was in the wrong there. So thank you for that. And then I got a book back from her, right? Yeah. And
Is that still in the inbox?
Yeah. All I wrote back was, appreciate your sentiments. Because I'm not trying to engage, but you need to know. I knew teachers like that all the time. They become a god in their own kingdom in their classroom, right? And as a former teacher, like a letter from a parent strikes fear an email from a parent strikes fear in the heart of teachers, whether they admit it or not. But she needs to know also that, because Casey's like, oh, Dad, she just won't shut up. I'm teaching you guys about life. No, you're not. You're not teaching my kid about life. I don't want him to learn your lessons. I don't like your lessons about life. And so I'm going to tell him to take it with a grain of salt. Just like it says, don't assume that your teacher's politics. are something that I agree with. You need to learn to be a critical thinker. You need to have your own opinions. You need to be independent. Don't just assume because they're in front of a classroom that they should get carte blanche politically, religiously, succeed in life-wise. Because, would you trade places with her, son? Let's look at her Facebook, which that was amazing because what she really wants to be is an artist, and she's a high school algebra teacher. And so I'm like, somebody's not living their dream anyway. But anyway, so from a metric, from a number standpoint, all of this is adding up to me that there really has never been a better time to be in this space, to learn these things, to jump on this, because no matter how I look at housing in America, I just see massive opportunity like I've never seen before. And that's another thing that keeps me really excited about what we do and how we're going to change going forward. Questions or comments about that? Yeah.
What do you think about the forbearance of government money into holding people in there after they sell the property?
So there's a guy named Ray Dalio. I'm not going to play this video. He started a company called Bridgewater. You've heard of Ray Dalio? He has a video called How the Economic Machine Works. And it's 31 minutes. And if you haven't watched it, our money is not backed by anything. Well, it's backed by Americans, but our money's not, since we left the gold standard, right? Our money's worthless. And a lot of people don't realize that we literally just print money and pump it into the system. I mean, Nicole mentioned it the other day. What is it? 22% of our money was pumped into the system last year. Now, I agree with Ray Dalio. If you haven't read his book, Principles, it's one of the best books I've ever read about money. And so there really isn't another currency that has the ability to challenge the dollar yet. Until that happens, it's like China still holds dollars. Saudis still hold dollars. Venezuela still wants dollars. What's the number 2 currency? Euro? Yeah. Right? Like there really isn't anything. Maybe you could have even said the pound before Brexit, but they screwed themselves with Brexit. And so there really isn't another currency that's really proved to be viable to the dollar. So we're in this weird position with our money in this country that until there's someone else that has a currency that can challenge the dollar, we can keep printing money. It's people say, how do we keep printing money? I don't think you really understand how economics work because we've been printing money. So like, for example, if 70% of our economy is consumer spending, even though I know some of you fundamentally hate it because it sounds like a liberal trash idea, but giving everyone a debit card and saying, we're going to put $1,000 a week in it, but at the end of the week, it all gets sucked out, so you have to spend it this week. Do you realize if we did that, that would be the best thing for the economy right now? Because everyone's spending money. That's 70% of our economy. It's not like huge ships go trade gold for furs like they did 200 years ago, right? Our own spending in our country is what is 70% of the economy. And so if you stimulate that, it's all fake money anyway. And you give me money and I give you money, and then if that produces more McDonald's hamburgers and more shirts that get purchased and sneakers that get purchased, then our economy does better. That's why you get people like, they're tracking consumer spending at Christmas. That's why consumer confidence is such an important thing, because consumer confidence leads to consumer spending, which leads to a good economy. Our economy's all fake. Our money is all fake. Okay? It's all the emperor's new clothes. It's not real, because we literally just keep printing it out and putting it into circulation. It's like the biggest banks just see $1 trillion more in there and they start lending it out. And so once you get your arms around that, then that until everybody has that kind of education, because like my mother-in-law was like, we can't just keep printing money, and I'm like, yeah, we can, because the Saudis are still trading it for oil, and the South Africans are trading it for gold. And so if you don't understand how money works in this country, how can you really participate in the system fully as a business person if you don't really go back to that basic? Now, a lot of people don't know Ray Dalio, but personally, I think he's a better investor than Warren Buffett.
What's the name of the book?
Principles. Yeah. I love that guy. I think he's just brilliant. No, he started. Warren. Everybody knows Warren Buffett because he's public equity, right? Ray Dalio started a company called Bridgewater, and it's all private equity. So he's done billions of dollars of private equity. So like when the market crashed in 2008, his big fund, called the Alpha Fund, was up 4% that year. Everybody else lost 40, 50%. He was up like 4% in 2008. He's just crushed it forever. And he started as like the son of a teacher in Long Island. So he didn't inherit it. Warren Buffett got hooked up. He had some money from his old man. He didn't start destitute. He had like $10,000 in 1945 to invest with. It's a lot of money, dude. A house was like $4,000.
That's like right after the crash.
Yeah, I've read a couple of his biographies, and he's like, well, I had 10,000. I'm thinking, no, that's like a house you had like $500,000, bro. Like you had a lot of money, dude. Because he started a little fund, but Ray Dalio literally built a multi-billion-dollar company, and now has his, it's taken over. And now he's just kind of giving. I think he signed the giving pledge, so he's giving everything away over the next 30. But he's really just a super cool dude, and I would actually, if you haven't done Audible books, he reads his book on Audible. I actually liked it more listening to him read it. I don't know, it was just different. So great book. But if you watch nothing else, watch How the Economic Machine Works, because I feel like not enough people can speak. That question to me it was kind of like you're not thinking about it the right way. Was her question? Does that make sense? Any other comments or follow-ups on that? Okay. Any other questions? All right, two people I want to introduce you to real quick. Lauren, if you want to come up first. So those of you that are buying houses this weekend, are picking out deals, face to a name, Lauren will be handling the transaction. So she handles all of our closings. She'll send you the purchase agreement because there's no contracts this weekend. We never take earnest money on any of our deals. If you get home and you get buyer's remorse, please tell me tomorrow. Because we have another event in 3 weeks, we'll sell the deal. I don't want anyone to feel like you have to buy a property from us, to be cool. If you're not really feeling it, don't buy it. And so that's why we don't have any signed contracts. You just have some paperwork and a letter of intent. All your paperwork that we gave you means I'm not going to sell it to anyone else. It's your deal. And then Lauren's going to reach out and she'll send you a contract. And there still won't be any earnest money this weekend. And then if you need to roll money over, we'll wait. I own it. It's rented. I don't care, So don't feel like it's on a timeline either. We'd like to get it closed when we can, but no rush, no big deal. And so we don't want anyone to ever feel like they felt pressured or rushed into buying deals. But I wanted you to have a face to a name. Lauren will also give you information from Ashley, the insurance person. And so Ashley will remind you to get the policy, or at least shop your policy with your person that you have. And then going forward, all Lauren does is handle all of our transactions. So she hates coming up here every month. Do you want to sing a karaoke song? Okay. You get, huh? I know, Nicole finally was rocking it last night. I get really shy in front of people. Okay. So thanks, Lauren. Lauren is a huge round of applause! Yay! Lauren! Okay. And then Ellen, I wanted Ellen to come back up real quick because I wanted to talk about one other concept before we wrap up today. And one of the things, here's this. Let me give you this so that they can hear you on the live stream. One of the things that we track for you is your return on your properties. Yeah. Because you can just hold that up when you're done. So this is a neighborhood here in town. It's called 16 Tech. It's right over by your hotel. This is an article from 2015, 6 years ago. The city council voted unanimously to approve $75 million in bonds. The proposed development is a 60-acre tract near the IU School of Medicine. It could take 20 years to fully develop. The focus is a tech district and connected to downtown. It's expected to attract $100 million in private development by 2018. So this is like off to the races. It's going. Now, when this came out, okay, these neighborhoods all north of here were like a war zone. I could have bought houses prior to 2015 for $1,000 a piece, and I wasn't even buying them because they weren't worth it. It just was so rough, low home ownership, high, like if you get on Zillow now, you can't even get a house for 40 grand there anymore. Like, people are like, well, what's the appreciation in Indianapolis? I'm like, never ask the appreciation in a city. Neighborhoods appreciate, not cities. Cities are an average of neighborhoods. There's been like this neighborhood's gone up 20% a year. There's some neighborhoods that have just been 2% a year. So you don't want the average of the whole city. You want to know what's happening in that specific neighborhood. Now, we sold 16 tech homes that were rehabbed and rented back in 2015 for like 50 grand. And we said to people, hey, what kind of neighborhood is this right now? It's a war zone. So you need to think about the rent as just like, if you get enough to cover your taxes and insurance and to fix it up for the next time somebody lives in it, good. Like, you just want your rent to be like loss mitigation. That's how you want to think of it, because this $50K house is going to triple as this money gets spent on this project. Does that make sense? Now, what happened 3 years later when one of our 16 tech person buyers had an eviction?
Evictions stink. And so they came and they said, terrible screening, this, that, the other.
What are you doing, Alan? What's going on with Alpine,
You forget, and I'm like, but look at the neighborhood. You knew this buying into it. You're young. Like I just told you guys downstairs, like, you're young. Buy it, sit on it. And surprisingly, we have a lot of houses in that area that haven't had a lot of turnover, but then Tim Swecker, he's had probably 3 evictions, and it is what it is, but he knows, he's smart enough. He's a savvy investor to wait on it. He's making more than enough to still pay his taxes and insurance, and he's happy because this development is continuing to happen.
So if you think about it, when you buy a property, okay, you have positives from the property, and you have negatives. So, you get rent, you get appreciation, you get taxes, right? You have negatives like property taxes and income taxes. You have vacancy, okay? And what's EBITDA or EBITDA? Okay. Anybody watch The Sopranos? So on The Sopranos, they had a quote that this guy, like Tony Soprano's a mobster. Tony Soprano's in the hospital. One of Tony Soprano's fake businesses that he used for laundering money. The son comes in, and they're like, "Hey, what do you do?" And he's like, I'm a ski instructor out in Vail, and his dad's a mobster in New Jersey, and he runs a money laundering business for Tony Soprano. So the son is like, hey, we're going to sell Dad's business. And Tony Soprano's like, oh, you don't want to do that. Like, could be very bad for you, Christopher. You know, like, could be a very painful experience if you try to sell your dad's business, you know. He's like, no, we're going to take care of you, Tony. There'll be a generous compensation package. And he's like, you know, so Tony Soprano's little henchman, he's like, you even know what your EBITDA is? EBITDA? Yes, your earnings before interest, taxes, depreciation, and amortization. And I remember watching that, like, laughing because it was so, like, mobbed up funny. Amortization. Amortization. And, but when you buy a rental property, you need to think of it like a business. And so we set up a tracking system to where we go positives and negatives. You have some that are concrete and some that are, what's the opposite of concrete? Abstract, there you go. But then they become tangible down the road. So what would a concrete benefit of owning a rental be? Rent. Okay? An abstract would be appreciation. Well, let me put it over here. No, it's a positive, but it's abstract. Or equity. Equity is a moving target. You don't know how much appreciation or equity you've had until you actually sell the property. But they're benefits. Like, if I had a 16 tech house right now, who would give me $1,000 for it? Like, who wouldn't? That's my real question. like y'all would, right? And I'm like, but it's a war zone. I don't care because, like, you know the appreciation potential. Now, you also have negatives that are concrete, like the property tax, like the insurance, like the management. Okay? But in so like right now in February, you can forecast the rent, but you can't really forecast the vacancy. That's an abstract negative. And you can't, you can guess at what you think it'll appreciate. You can guess you can do comps and guess what you think the equity is, but you haven't sold it, so it's a guess. But you also don't know what the repairs are going to be. Does that make sense? And so what I started doing on my own properties is I didn't want Ellen to guess at these numbers. So even though when we were doing the cap rate analysis the other day, I gave you a 15% of the gross, I still don't I don't run that on my own properties. Okay? The only thing I look at is property tax, insurance, and management, and rent. And what I call that is an EBITDA cash flow analysis. Did I get that right, Alan? And so the reason is because I figure these abstracts, these two and these two, tend to cancel each other out. So if I don't plug anything for appreciation and equity, and I don't plug anything for guesstimation of vacancy and repairs, now at the end of the year, you can calculate it all out. But when I say to Ellen, how are my properties doing, I only want her to keep it simple, just like my 5-house, like a pension example yesterday. I don't like a ton of assumptions in a model because then it breaks down, it becomes less valuable. So I tend to focus, I strip it back to the solid concrete things. So when I say to Ellen, hey, how are my rentals doing? All she reports is this. How are we doing on rent? As an offset of property tax, insurance, management, and then my basis, what I paid for it. How am I tracking? Does that make sense? Now, then I'll say, now how are we doing over here? And then I'll have her guesstimate at the equity and appreciation based on what we know happening. So 16 Tech is 50% developed. We used to get homes for $1,000 in 2015. We're getting them for 40 or 50. So we think the appreciation rate is still strong, double digits. your repairs are trending at about, the only thing I ask is it within a plus or minus, is it within that 15% target? Are we close to that across my portfolio? Because I'm comfortable with that, then we're in line with the cap rate target that I have. Does that make sense? Because that's the cap. When we said to you, hey, this is a 7 cap, we're assuming 15% maintenance and vacancy. Now, Ellen actually tracks this for you on our properties. So at any given time, you can say, hey, can you give me an EBITDA analysis and then let me know both the concrete and the abstract, and we do that for you. Because I do that. So that's part of what her team puts together. And she's got sophisticated tracking for that. So at any given time, you can have her run that down for you. How often are you doing these kind of discussions?
Well, I have the discussions all the time with people. It's just kind of like when you're in between tenants and it's like, okay, well, what's next step with this property? That's the best time to talk about what your plan is with the property, and there might be a time where I say, oh my gosh, well, things are selling great. I think it would be a good time to sell. Or I tell you to hold on to it, somebody who had an eviction in 16 Tech. Well, I just want to get rid of it. I've had 2 evictions. I'm going to tell you no, because you won't get what it's worth because it's not there yet. It's still appreciating. Wait, hold on to it. I promise. Trust us. This is, what you do. But quarterly, we plug in all the numbers. So at any time, let's say, and I can go in and pick specific dates, but like if we talk in April, it will show up until that end of the first quarter, right? Your numbers. And then we project it out. So it'll be your actual return that you're making, but then we find the projection based out of 3 months, for the year, what we think it's going to do if it does similar to what it's done the first 3 months of the year. So
did Michael go over cost seg? Let me K through 12 cost segregation for you real quick, because it's going to blow your mind. I'll use this building as an example. I'm into this building $800,000 minus the lot I bought for $50,000. This is simplified numbers. So I spent $750,000 to build this building. It appraised for $1.6 million. Everybody with me so far? Now, what's the timeline? I wish we had a CPA in the room. For a commercial building. Is that correct, CPA? You play the piano, so doesn't she play the piano amazing? Did you guys hear her last night? She's really good. I'm a hack. She's really good. I wanted you to play more, and then you just bounced.
I was asking if she played, well, maybe they don't want to hear this.
No, bro. She stepped away from the piano. She was not chased away. For an electric piano, that thing's amazing, though, right? Yeah, it really is. I hate calling anything completely electric an instrument unless it's a guitar, but $750,000 divided by how many years for commercial depreciation? 39. So what that means is normally the way it used to work with depreciation, because depreciation is one of those other concrete benefits. Is it? Oh yeah, Nicole knows. Duh. I was trying to tease our CPA. So the way that would work is you take the $750K because you can't depreciate land, and you divide the $750,000 by 39 years, which means we would have $19,000 a year in write-offs. You with me? Now, that's a concrete benefit. Here's where cost segregation has become amazing. Right, Danny, you don't need to hear this part.
Thanks for not speaking.
All right, brother. We'll see you soon, man. See you, brother. I can take that $750,000 bill and say, well, I spent $150,000 on electronics, and then I spent $100,000 on finish on lights and office fixtures, and then I spent $180,000 on the foundation. And you break the building up into all the different components, and then like the electronics, I could depreciate those all this year. So instead of a $19,000 write-off this year, boom, I just took $150K. So my partners and I just got $150,000 in write-offs. Now my Alpine partner is not a real estate professional; he doesn't qualify, but I do. So that gives me $150,000 I don't have to pay taxes for against my other ordinary income that I'm paying taxes on. You with me? So cost seg A cost segregation study for a building like this, it's like $2,500. They got to come out, break it all down. And I was telling, Anderson has some really good cost segregation companies to refer, but traditionally cost seg has been mostly for like commercial buildings, bigger apartment buildings, or maybe if you did a single family home that was really expensive, $400,000, $500,000, $600,000 plus. However, I was telling Michael and Toby, Danny referred me to a buddy of his out of Texas that does a desktop cost seg for $450. Isn't that crazy? So we get on the phone with him and he's like, well, how we really do it is we do the desktop cost seg, but then if you were to get audited on this cost seg, we'd come out and do a real one before the audit. I was like, is that great? He's like, so if you get notified by the IRS they're auditing you, then we'll come out and actually do the full cost seg on. I was like, that's kind of cool, right? So I'm like, let me do 2. So I ordered 2 of them. Danny ordered 2 because I want to see them, and then I'm going to send them to Toby and Michael and have them shred them to pieces. But what if for better, for worse, I were just to say, hey, here's that property we're selling you on Pershing, and by the way, here's a cost segregation I paid for as the seller that you guys now have. Do with it what you will. Who would love that? So that you could then say, you could turn that property into $40,000, $50,000, $60,000 in write-offs if you're a real estate professional. Now, if you're not a real estate professional, you could still have basically you'll never pay taxes on the rents from that property forever. If you're a real estate professional. So if one of you is, how ninja is that? So big. That's why so many couples I know are like, one of them is is qualifying as a real estate professional. But you got to get to 750 hours. You have to. If you get audited on, you have to prove that one of you spent 750 hours doing real estate. Or be a contract. I mean, it's worth doing the research on. Now that you're thinking of it, you should be doing the research on it. So, but let's say you're not. Well, then you have a 40 like on one single family home that maybe you buy for $100K. The first $40,000 in rents are covered by your cost seg. Plus you're never paying. Plus the property taxes. Plus the insurance. Plus the management. That's why I always say if you're paying more than 8 or 9% on your rental income, then you're doing it wrong. You're missing something. Because see, think about it. If I make $4 or $5 million active income from my real estate, then right off the bat I'll have over $1 million in cost segs from other properties that I've been working on. So it doesn't match up from year to year, but I got, last year's props that I cost segged against this year's income. So at some point it'll catch up. If I stopped doing new deals and just collected rents, then it would probably take a jump. But a lot of people are using a combination of 1031 and cost segs to really attack their current income and get it down to almost nothing. That's, again, why the Trump tax reform was such a big deal. And why cost segregation has become a sexy subject. Another one is qualified business income, QBI. If you haven't heard of that, that was another part of the new tax laws. It's basically you deduct depreciation, you subtract taxes, insurance management, and then you get another 20%. It's called the qualifying business income deduction. You just get another 20% off. And so that was just like, thank you, Trump. Appreciate it, bro. Another write-off you just invented, And so, now, again, if you're buying it in your IRA, it doesn't matter because you don't have any taxes. But as you start doing active income, you'll want to know, how do I maximize my write-offs? These are the strategies that you're going to want to use. So I wanted Ellen to talk about one of our clients, just so you could kind of hear about a specific investor. And so she sent me an info. So give some backstory on this investor, Ellen.
So he came to us and probably bought
back in 2015.
Yeah, in 2015. So he bought 3 properties to start, so you can see the closing date, right? So he bought, 4 properties to start. And then he has just continued to come back and purchase more and more properties because it's working. Now, you can see, so Aaron, scroll over to your, so here's what's happened in, I don't know why that says 05 to 2018, but you can see what's happened. I'll point out a couple things. So basically he came to me about Raymond. So this year he lost money. He had a terrible eviction, big turnaround, right? He lost money. He said, I don't know. I just don't think this one's working. You know, he had good year, okay year, great year. Then it didn't work. I said, Ed, that's right by Garfield Park. They're doing a $12 million development there. You know, you don't want to get rid of it. And he trusted me and won, so it's sitting there appreciating. And then now look, it made $6,800 last year, right? So it doesn't mean just because something bad happens that it's going to continue to happen. He had I thought this would be a good one too, because it's just interesting. He's kind of had a ton of things come up. He's had a CLE. He had prostate cancer. You know, I mean, so we're always just kind of looking at the big picture. Okay, well, Ed, what's the next step for you? You know, on Kildare, this year he had a fire last year. So you'll see on that.
Minus 71,000.
Yeah, so 71,000, right? Because we had to fix it up. But that next line shows what he got back. And actually, that's not correct.
Everybody say goodbye to Michael.
Bye, Mike. I just fixed this. Lincoln and I were talking about it. And so he got $79,200 from insurance, but he also got more money after the job was done. You can go back and get more. So he rebuilt it for our cost, and he actually, so out of insurance he got 95 because he got another 16 on top of that. So he got 95.
So he's up. He basically has a brand new house and 25,000 in his pocket. Because remember, my insurance is cost plus. I mean, my construction is cost plus 15, and so when insurance gives you extra, we don't play those games. You keep it. We just have our numbers. So
These fires, is that another service you provide?
Some of them were like, oh gosh, can somebody? No, but just.
So. Remember when I said that I'm very aggressive with my actual cash value? It's not really that. What I found is what actual cash value. I don't tell Ashley that, but hopefully you're not watching. But actual cash value is usually about what my cost is for insurance. I mean for construction. And so if you have replacement costs, you'll get like Ed did. You know, he got an extra. Insurance paid 25. Our cost was 70 to rebuild the house from the fire. And so now he's got a brand new house and 25,000 in his pocket. He made $6,000 the first year, 5 the second, lost 3,300 the third year, made 6,500 the fourth year.
Made 25.
What's that?
Made 25 last year.
And now what can he do? A huge cost seg on that house. Now, because he just hit 70,000 in rehab, and he's got all the itemization, you know how easy that cost segregation study would be to do? And that house is worth $100,000. That's the other thing. Most of these homes he bought in the 60s and 70s. And so he's seen $25,000, $30,000, $35,000 in appreciation on them since he bought them. But look, he's got negative years. You see every year there's at least one property that was negative cash flow. When you get an eviction, you're just screwed that year. Because you got to fix it up, you lose rent, you got to evict them out. And again, our happiest investors are the investors that have multiple properties. Because if you have one property from me and you have one eviction, what percentage of your portfolio is in eviction? And you are not happy, right? And so that's another reason why our goal is to get you to that scale. But I've been telling you since Friday that you'll lose money in the short term on your properties. Every property will suck at some time. You need to be mentally prepared for that. And that's where a conversation with Ellen is so great, because Ed was like, I want to sell it. I hate that property. No, Ed, let's at least get it performing well. Then it'll be easy to sell. Or the other thing I'll say is wait till the tenant moves out. If you want to sell, wait till the tenant moves out, because then we could put it on MLS or do MLS rehab, to a homeowner, or maybe we advertise it to sell to a tenant and you just keep the note. Like, then we have so many more options. You never want to have to sell a property or it sucks. So you want to be thinking about that. Don't buy too much real estate. You see how that's negative advice for me in the short term, but better for our relationship in the long term, because I want you to be successful. And we think about a very long-term relationship. You know, I've known Ed now for 6 years. So,
Yeah. And I,
Max, that somebody took a loss in the property.
in a year,
Yeah, like what is there ceiling other than the entire value of the property?
I don't think it's been a long time since I've seen more than 10K.
well, the only thing, it would only be if you didn't have insurance on the property.
Yeah, that's
You
the
know
only
what I
time
mean?
man, my Singaporeans, it's like they don't understand insurance because they're like, well, I went a couple of years and then nothing happened, so I let it lapse.
Or taxes. We've had to help people, save them from getting their house sold at auction, from not
Yeah.
paying their taxes. That happens at least once a year.
But do you see also why I say like Ed owns these free and clear? Do you see why I'm like, don't plan on spending more than 40% of your rents? You see why I'm conservative like that? Because I've owned a lot of properties for a long time. And I'm telling you, just don't plan. And if you have a mortgage on it, don't don't plan on any cash. Don't put that into your budget. When you do if you have cash at the end of the year, pay down the mortgage. Then you're not paying the mortgage, the tenants are paying the mortgage. You can feel great about that. They're working at their job to pay the mortgage off on your rental. That should be a good win in your head. It's so mental. Owning properties is so mental in a way. Think about it before. You're like, the brilliance of Fidelity is they just make it so easy. It's so easy to make you 2%. You don't even have to look at the statement, right? And nobody will care about your money as much as you should care about your money. You have to take ownership for it. That's one of the flaws with Americans and their education. You be accountable. You should like the control that you have here. You should like that you have an Ellen to quarterback it. You never have to take the maintenance calls. You never have to meet the insurance adjuster out there. We'll do all that for you. And then she'll even spoon feed an EBITDA to you. And it'll be all nice and clean. She's so good at it. Now, you all have my email, but I would advise you always talk to her, because what I will never do is silver coat it for you. If you're being a little bitch, I'm going to tell you.
I will never tell you you're being a little bitch. I just won't do it.
I will, because I had an investor call me and be like, Aaron, we just had an eviction after 6 months. Okay, yeah, I'm sorry, it sucks. No one knows better than me. I had like 20 last month. Well, then you should pay to fix it up, and you should pay that eviction, and then you should pay my leasing commission. Okay, because Alpine screwed it up. Okay. I will do that if you will answer one question honestly. What? If you wouldn't have had an eviction, would you be calling me to offer to share your profits with me? Aaron, Alpine's been so great. I want you to have half my profits for the last 6 months. And if you're not willing to, if you wouldn't have been willing to share the upside with me, you don't get to kick the dog and insist that I share the downside with you. Fair? Now, Ellen won't say it that way, but I will. So hit me up directly. You got my cell phone. Call me. Because nobody's had more bad things. I've had suicides in my houses, meth labs, like everything bad you can think of. It's been a long time since I've seen something new. Somebody shot a hot water heater and killed it in my house. Some dumbass. But, so it's been a long time since I've seen something new. And yes, it sucks. I was so mad about that subfloor until I realized that I've already got all my money back from the rents.
I know, I heard you say that. I always tell people too, I said, you're always going to have a problem child, and you're always going to have a golden child. It's just like your children at home, right? It depends on the day, but it's not always the same, hopefully.
Talk about the flips that are on here. What are the flips?
Okay, so flips are when you put money essentially into a deal with Aaron. So when you buy, Ed, how many properties does Ed have now? He continues to buy. So, he has so much money invested with us. He's a part of our team.
He bought a note, 614 Lilacs, a note in Idaho, by BYU, Idaho.
And so Aaron has extended the opportunity for him to put money with Aaron's money when Aaron does a deal. So essentially he comes in at the beginning. He'll put money towards a rehab. Aaron buys a property. Ed has been able to put some money towards the rehab. And then basically the percentage he put in is the percentage of profit he gets out. So it usually takes about 4 to 6 months. Typically 15 to 30% return on your money. Just a nice,
Why would I let Ed did I need Ed 6,500, 16,000, 10, 20? Did I need his money? Why would I give up profits on a flip and let Ed have it? Huh? Why, Rudy? Yeah. Because think of the message it sends. Hey man, dude, so let's go back to 2016. Okay? Ed, man, I'm sorry, dude. You made nothing on Tremont this year. You only made $800 this whole year on this property. So I'm gonna let you put $6,500 in a flip. You'll make $1,300, and it's not about the $1,300. It's just about saying, man, I believe in the property. I believe in my team. This property's going to right itself. It's a good deal, and it's been a great deal, and he still has it, and it's appreciated, and he's, and so I'm actually willing to let you make some easy money with me as a gesture. It's customer service. It's like somebody sending an appreciation gift to a client. That's why I do that. And every month, I let a couple of my investors partner with me on flips, because nothing says I care about you as a customer. I believe in what we do, and I believe in the product. Like putting your own money up. So no, I won't pay for your eviction, but I am also. But see, think of the mental thing. It requires Ed to put out more money and risk more money. It requires him to trust me also.
and some people can't wrap their head around that.
Yeah,
They're like, I just lost. Why would I give you more money? And I'm like, okay, let me rephrase this.
Yeah.
You know?
But it's interesting because they'll be like, oh, well, send the flip over. I'll decide. I'm like, no, you're not deciding. Like, either you're in or you're out. Like, yeah. Now but then now Ed's like, can I do another flip? You know?
He's like, I have 40 in the Roth. Yeah. Can I, is there anything going on? You know, but he would do anything that we sent his way. He trusts us that much that anything that Aaron's in, like myself, you know, he wants to do.
And Ed's getting old. He's 73, 74. So actually, I think Ed needs to start thinking about locking in selling like a house a year on contract, like seller finance. You know, he bought his first property back in 2015, Alton. That's over by the track, 8500 track. That property's probably doubled. He should sell it to a tenant buyer for 120, 130,000, and lock that appreciation in. Lock that equity in, and then get 7% on the 60 he paid plus 7% on the other 60. And he should ladder one in a year over the next few years so that all he's getting is mortgage, because the property he most recently purchased is a note. And now that he's getting older, we need to start simplifying for him and getting him on all notes. I only want to be a lender and Class A 5 cap when I'm 80. That's it. I don't want rentals at that point. I don't want single family homes. I want easy button from my soft brain. And Ed doesn't have a soft brain, but he needs to start thinking about a liquidity strategy longer term.
And people come to me too when they have to take their required distributions from their retirement, you know, and so that's another conversation that we typically have as to what's the plan to guarantee you can do that, you know?
Yeah. You have my cell. I put it, you didn't get it?
No,
right there, very easy. You guys weren't in here. I was talking about that earlier. So I showed him. Well, you were here when I showed my email, right? My inbox. My inbox only has 0294. Yeah, like my inbox. Well, you guys all emailed me about a bunch of deals, but I had 15 in there this morning. Oh, you want the slides? That's what it is. No, I answer. I only get 4 or 5 phone calls a day. I always answer my phone. Yeah, because I tell everyone I clear all of my emails all day long. I clear 500 to 700 emails a day. And so I never have more than 10 to 15 emails in my inbox. And so if you need to get a hold of me today, I will always get back to you on email. today. If you need to get a hold of me within the hour, text me. If you need to talk to me immediately, then call me. I always answer my phone. But if you call me and you didn't need to know right away, then I will mark that. I'll change your name in my phone to doesn't respect my time, and then not answer it the next time. So I have like
Please.
1,000 numbers in my phone called doesn't respect my time.
Nice.
Yeah. DRMT. But then if you text me, then I'll immediately respond, and then I'll start retraining you to respect my and not call me. But if you're like Aaron, I just got a $1 million deal. I got to tell this. Then that's why that's made it so I'm always available, 100% accessible. But you gotta think.
I hate calling people.
I do too. It was funny, Mike. Gen Zs, they'll never use phones. Like phones won't have a call function in 20 years. It'll just be Snap. I'm amazed how so the kids right now, all they do is Snapchat back and forth. My son's got this Snapchat face. He'll be like, that's just like he's got this weird face he does. He'll be doing it all the time. And they're like, I don't know, what are you doing? Like somehow he thinks it looks good at the moment. Well, I always know he's Snapchatting because he'll be like, he does his little snap face.
Someone was telling us their kids and their friends were sitting in the same house, across from each other, and they're texting each other or Snapchatting, whatever, instead of carrying on a conversation.
My kids do that. Well, from upstairs, when's dinner? I'll text them back because I don't like yelling. Yeah.
So I was reading this thing that you make a good point where like the interest rate also opened up the risk curve where like your savings account is then your checking account,
Right.
stock market is then your savings account,
Yeah.
and Bitcoin is become the stock market. So like where does real estate fall in that risk curve at this point?
Unleveraged real estate falls on the low end, but highly leveraged real estate,
Bitcoin?
yeah, easily, I think. Yeah, for sure. So, I wanted you guys to really get a feel for the emotion and the potential frustration for owning property, because it will frustrate you. It still frustrates me irrationally. And so what you need to keep in the only takeaway I want is that Ellen's your 35,000 foot person. And so before you make a rash decision like, let's sell this property, I hate it. Have a 35,000 foot conversation with Ellen. Schedule it, because then it'll take the emotion away. Ellen, can we connect next week? And you'll have time to put together comps. What's going on with 16 Tech? What kind of tenant do we have in there right now? How has it been with the maintenance? And then you're not knee jerk reacting and potentially doing something regrettable, because if you get the money back, what are you gonna do with it now? Right? You made that allocation for a decision. And the reason I know that so well is because I still, 21 years later, make very emotional decisions. And so I'm putting that out there collectively, not because I think that I'm perfect at it by any means. And more so, you need to hear that because so many of you are buying property this weekend at this stage of your investing, so that you just remember that we have the mechanism to really help you be a savvier investor, and that's built into what we do. Any questions for Ellen?
Did I hear you say yesterday that you were going to fund in the future?
Well, we're going to start doing syndication properties. So we'll say, hey, we have this $10 million trailer park that we're going to build, and we'll let our Infinity Real Estate Pro or 360 investors they'll be the only ones allowed to, you can take 100K shares in the property.
How will you structure that? Will that be like a new curve for you to get into it with debt and equity?
Yeah, we think that we're going to do them. We think we have enough demand that we won't need any debt on them, so they'll be completely unleveraged. And we'll probably initially just focus on. Anderson has so many accredited clients that we'll probably only work with accredited investors initially to keep it simple from the syndication creation standpoint, because then we'll have all these single-family homes that could go easily for non-accredited. And so we feel like our goal is by Q4 to have our first offering out on the properties. Nicole really has been a syndication expert, and so I ran through what my vision was for her, and she thought it was pretty clean. She liked it. Yeah. Well, because we have so much demand, like, Anderson has tens of thousands of clients that are now rolling over into Infinity. And so we don't think, it's not that we're, we don't think we'll have to go outside of the Infinity group, It was funny when you probably wouldn't see it, because how would you hear about it? Like, we'll have like we'll do like a Zoom for Infinity accredited that are interested in syndication. So you probably wouldn't hear about it.
You mentioned accredited and non-accredited. Do you want to explain the difference?
Yeah, so accredited means basically that you got $1 million, right, Nicole? Yeah. Basically, your net worth's $1 million. Then the government's kind of like, if you're a millionaire, then net worth is about $1 million. Then we don't care. Aaron can defraud you on a shitty deal.
There's a process you have to go through to get there, though, too, right?
Yeah.
To get it authorized.
Yeah, one of the reasons why I hadn't done syndications very often, I've only done 3 or 4 of them over the last 20 years, is because the legal is so expensive. It's like $60,000 per syndication, and plus it's just a headache, and then the accounting is specific. But when we partnered with Anderson, I was like, so boys, I've always wanted lawyers as partners. When are you going to hire a syndication attorney? They're like, oh, it's really hard. Da, da, da. And then Toby was like, well, Aaron, you just need to get like 100 properties a month. And I'm like, wait, do you want me to tell you how that's really hard and all the failure points? Like I can flip it. Like, they're both hard, dude. They're both, scaling is tough. Scaling is not easy. Scaling is complicated. But yeah, we're working both angles. So we've been interviewing some different turnkey companies. Like one out of Pittsburgh that looks really good, and if they work good, then we'll say to them, hey, here's the Alpine way. We'd love to offer your properties at the event, but here's the things that you need to do so that we have uniformity across markets. And so,
what kind of metrics are you targeting for that, like the equity multipliers?
You mean for other turnkey markets?
For the syndication.
Oh, for the syndic. My goal on the syndication is if we could buy 5 to 7 cap. With an upside, either through deferred maintenance, improvements, raising the rents, to get it to an 8 to 9, 10 cap, and then either hold it as a group or then look to liquidate it as back at a 7, 6 cap, based on those higher numbers. Then that's kind of the thought process. Yeah.
I'm trying to compare that with multifamily.
Right. We're internally, we're doing our second new construction mobile home park development. And that actually looks like it'll end up being, buy the dirt, and we think it'll be a teens cap upon completion. And so that may be the sexiest play. But what we're including isn't just developing the park, we're also including numbers to fill the park. So, yeah, well, no, we're actually thinking a mix of new manufactured and used ones. So, because if you do all new, it becomes almost too expensive in a lot of markets to fill it. But if you have a mix of, like if you say, well, we won't do any older than 1990 homes that we'll then rehab and keep in the park, then that can give us a lower cost per unit, but then we can offer rents ranging from $700 a month up to $1,200-1,300 a month. We found we get a better overall experience when we have that mixed, because we've tried all, and it both have some big negatives.
And you have a mix of renters plus owners?
Yes, well, and that's the cool thing is, unlike an apartment complex where you can't condo one, right? In this scenario, at any given time, you could sell any individual home and convert it to a mortgage payment, or take the cash and then you pull the cash back in, and or still continue to keep the lot rent. So the flexibility of that is breathtaking.
And develop the systems to manage it efficiently.
Oh, we already have that, because yeah, I've been figuring that over. I paid so much tuition on that shit.
Those ratings are very fragmented. They're crazy. They keep books on napkins.
No, yeah. In fact, so the other thing is inside in the Alpine family, we have Propertyware, AppFolio, Rent Manager, and what's the other one? We have 4 different softwares that we've used by design, because we've been trying to make sure that we're using all the. What's the other one called? Nicole, what's the other big property software? Oh, there's one more. We have Propertyware, Appfolio, Rent Manager, and starts with a K. Anyway, but yeah, we because we're always kind of testing which ones we like. They all suck. They're all good for something, but they're all brutal. There is no, unlike QuickBooks, which QuickBooks is a nice standard, I think, across a lot of different businesses. There isn't a property management software version that we love. Now, Ellen speaks fluent Propertyware, and she's an expert in that. In fact, we send her to Kansas City, we send her to Charlotte to help them make sure their Propertywares are good. But Idaho, we're running Appfolio. On the trailer parks, we're running Rent Manager. So.
The syndicate less riskier than
Yeah, I think, and I think it'll also be a lot more passive, right? Because then you'll have a management ownership group that is the active kind of manager who's making the decision. So you're really just, it's more of, it would be more like, you know, being a stockholder would be.
It's like less like, you know, you single family, there's a fire or whatever, you're exposed to that one source of
Yeah.
So the other question I had was the Infinity membership, like you have to have the 360 to be part of this?
No, just real estate pro and up. So we won't offer syndication to the basic members. But if you're real estate pro or 360, then no, you wouldn't see it. Yeah. Yep. What's that? No. I have 4 properties that we want to do it for. We just finalized the Infinity partnership a few weeks ago. I'm targeting Q4. So Q4 is when I'd like to have one of our trailer parks be one of the first one that I've already purchased, figured all the bullshit on, and then say, okay, here's the plan to fill the park. I've already done I have one park in mind that I already individually metered all the utilities, put the road in, fenced it, tested a couple homes to figure out what the rents should be, and now we're ready to fill it. I want to take a lot of I'd rather front run the deals and take the volatility than like, here's a good one, let's do that. I hate that. There's a reason why I get a lot of base hits is because I take on the volatility and I pay the tuition, because then I don't mind tarnishing my own reputation to me when I lose money on a deal. But I hate it if I'm in a syndicate. Hate it. So I just don't like egg on my, I'm not a gambler. I'm really not, you know.
Poker player.
I'm a poker player. Everything in poker is percentages. You really don't gamble. I like craps, but for $10 craps. But I'll play 25. I'll pay 250, 500 no limit, because poker is you're playing the other person. You're not waiting for the dice to roll an 11. You know, I don't gamble with very much money. I like to gamble though. With $500, not with. I would never buy in at the craps table for 20 grand. Ooh. Meg's like, why do you play poker with $1 poker? I'm like, because I really like gambling. It's like I enjoy the little. It's like a little thread of buzz from going to the auction. You know. She's like, I don't get it. I'm like, I know, but why do you watch the same Hallmark movie 300 different ways? It's a little buzz. I'm like, it's the same story. Person, you got main character, either divorced or wife died, and oh god, it's like the same cast of characters in every show. Friend of color, like, because it's always white people living in Vail, right? My wife loves that channel. We have the subscription, we have the app on our Amazon because she has the unlimited Hallmark for $59 a year. And it's like clockwork. Going 90 minutes later, Meg and her daughters are. Oh, bro, yeah, for Amazon. Hey, geez, $59 a year, you get unlimited Hallmark access. I don't know. Vomitous, massive. Anyway, any other questions? Worse!
Year-round Christmas love stories.
Because it's like washed up real actors and actresses trying to like resuscitate their careers, man. Or just get a paycheck. They're just dialing in the same character 30 different times. They have Hallmark stars and it's like the same character in 6 movies. She's either main character chick or main character chick's best friend. It's the dumbest show. But that's like every Pixar movie, I guess. All Pixars are the same movie. Right, Nicole? Do you watch the Hallmark Christmas channel? Joe, does she watch it? You and Meg can watch Hallmark together. Like, oh! Meg will be like, shh, shh, I gotta see what happens. I'm like, you know what happens? They're the same. They always get together. So then I'll sit down and watch it, and my boys and I'll start like making comments. That guarantees celibacy for me. Like, she's like, stop. Okay, you guys go downstairs and watch Murder. You know. She came down the other day. We were watching something. Right? I'm like, that's the only head that exploded in that movie. I'm sorry. That's when you walked downstairs because she was like, ugh. She like went back upstairs. Like that was the only time in that movie. Now, I would think that if I was a Hallmark producer to try to pull me in to watch, like you could offer a little, like why don't they have a rated R Hallmark? I would watch that. Show a little skin, you know?
The Red Shoe Diaries.
Of Hallmark. They could air those after 11 p.m. I'm just thinking about how you expand your customer base. Would you watch that, Nicole? Yeah, see, she's pissed. I'm denigrating her genre. You don't want the NC-17 Hallmarks?
On the property, you don't pay the real estate commission to buy or sell?
No. Oh, if we sell it for you, we just run it through Alpine Realty, so it'll be 6%. Now, if we sell it to your tenant, we don't charge you anything.
Okay, but what about the buyer side?
No. There's no commission. Yeah. In fact, we pay your closing costs too. Yeah. Yeah, it's we keep it super clean. All right. Yep.
I was going to say, if you were to put up a new mobile home park,
Yeah.
what kind of criteria are you looking for? You're just looking for raw land.
Oh, the biggest criteria is already knowing that the city planning will approve it. That's everything. It's not the land. We go to the city first, and then upload. Sorry, we go to the city first, and then work backwards from their receptiveness to us doing it in their town. That matters way more than finding the parcel. Yep.
You didn't talk about storage units. Is there any money in those?
So storage units never sell because they're amazing. The only way to get into a good storage unit though is to develop it. They never come for sale because no one's. Yeah, they're like 4 cap, you know. No one.
What's happening with storage units? Sorry, it's like everybody loves storage units. If you're so excited for storage units, buy mobile homes.
Yep.
In 10 years, that's what everyone's going to be talking about, and it's one thing of like, this is what I was like 10 years ago to get ahead of the curve.
Yeah,
Right?
it's true. I mean, we're developing storage units because we have the bandwidth for it, but even with development, you're still looking at best case scenario 7-8 cap. So there's really no exit for it. Whereas you can buy an existing mobile home park, increase the density with existing infrastructure, and easily come out on top 12, 13, 14, 15 cap. What's that? So at our dealership in Idaho, when we submitted because we bought an acre, we don't need an acre. And when we submitted the plans for used a tiny home as the office and the parking, we just threw on there that we wanted storage units because we're right next to Idaho State University, like a mile away. And all the housing around the dealership are student housing. So I was like, I said, could we put up to 300 storage units, almost like lockers to hold I need to go home for the summer and work type of amount of storage. And the city approved it. And then, we've been testing those carport storage units at the apartments because I keep dancing around the space, but I see it more of as a boutique add-on, like Nicole's saying, than as a development piece. Because now everybody gets on the trend. It's like, remember when gourmet cupcakes came out? There's, a year and a half later, there's no money in a gourmet cupcake store because they're everywhere. And then gourmet cookies came out. Now, well, there's no money in that. And now it's like there's no money because for the most part in every community, private equity has built out the storage units that make sense at scale. And so, but those are hard to run into the ground. And it's hard to mismanage them. And there's not a ton of deferred maintenance that has to be done. So they'll just sit in families and in private equity and in family office holdings. They won't turn over.
Do you have any plans to get on the selling multiples for asset
Yeah, we've been slowly working towards that.
maybe cheaper than sort of current?
Yeah, we've actually had a handful in the past few months, and we've given them to Ellen to sell to, like Ed. Like, we've been selling them off to our existing clients.
Do you have to do an existing client?
We can put you on the list, but yeah, let Ellen know.
I'll email you or I'll email you.
Yeah. I mean, we always like to know, what you're most interested in, for sure. Any other questions? Has it been valuable this weekend?
Yes.
You guys were a good group. You guys were chill. We really enjoyed having you. I'm glad you came now. Those of you that are doing the advanced trainings, come in the next 2 months because it's just going to be a zoo. Anderson, when they point their gaze at something, it's like so busy. And so we're going to get crushed. We've been this like little 25, 30, 40 people operation for a decade. I was just basically with my classroom, and now it's going to really explode. And so if you're doing the advanced trainings, come sooner than later. If you want to come back, you're always welcome to come back and attend this event. Think sooner than later because we're going to get really busy this year. And those of you that are part of Infinity, we're excited to have you. We're excited about it. We really want to be an industry disruptor and put some of those Trump University scammy companies out of business forever so that they can't return from COVID. Because we're very proud of the education that we do, of the business that we do, of the long-term relationships that we have, and we appreciate those of you that are investing with us and trusting us. And you, hopefully, you feel the sincerity. Hopefully, you feel the transparency that our willingness to be accountable. And we're very appreciative that you came, and we look forward to having you guys come back. So, thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Yep.